Hello there and welcome to Sleepy Animal Fact. Go ahead and settle in wherever you are. Right now, adjust your pillow. Pull the blanket up just a little higher if you need to. Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go. There is absolutely nowhere you need to be right now, and nothing you need to do except rest. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, consider leaving a kind word, sharing this moment with another, or joining our growing flock of quiet dreamers. Tonight, we are going to learn about ducks. Gentle, wonderful ducks. And as we learn, you can let each new piece of knowledge wash over you softly, like ripples spreading across a still pond at dusk. There is no quiz at the end. There is nothing to memorize. You are simply here, breathing, listening, and drifting. Let us begin. Ducks belong to the family Annatidae, within the order Anseriformes. That may sound like a complicated collection of syllables, but all it really means is that ducks are part of a large and ancient family of water birds, a family they share with geese and swans. Anseriformes. Say it slowly in your mind if you like. Anseriformes. It comes from the Latin word anser, which simply means goose. So when scientists first began organizing the birds of the world into neat categories, they looked at ducks, geese, and swans, noticed how similar they were in structure and in habit, and they placed them all together under one broad roof. One big, comfortable family. Ducks are the smaller members of that family, but they are no less important. They have been swimming the lakes, rivers, and coastlines of this planet for millions upon millions of years. Long before there were cities, long before there were people to watch them glide across the water on a quiet morning. They have simply always been here, paddling along peacefully. And now, so are you, here resting, letting yourself be still. Ducks are water birds, and they are generally smaller and shorter-necked than their relatives, the geese and the swans. If you have ever stood beside a lake and watched a swan stretch its long, elegant neck to preen its feathers, and then looked over at a little duck bobbing nearby, you have seen this difference with your own eyes. Ducks are compact. They are sturdy and round and close to the water. Their necks are shorter, their bodies more modest. There is something wonderfully humble about a duck. It does not need to tower over the pond to belong there. It simply floats, low and content, moving with the current or paddling gently against it. A duck is perfectly designed for the life it leads. Not too large, not too small, just exactly right. And you are doing so well right now. Simply by lying here and listening, you are giving your body exactly what it needs. Rest, stillness, permission to do nothing at all. That takes more courage than you might think, and you are doing it beautifully. Let your shoulders soften just a little more. You're safe here. The Annatidae family, that great family of water birds we just spoke of, includes around 151 species of duck, spread across 48 genera. 48 different groupings, 151 different kinds of duck, each with its own particular shape, color, call, and way of life. Scientists organize these species into smaller groups called tribes. Two of the most well-known tribes are the Anatini, which are the dabbling ducks, the ones you see tipping forward in shallow water, tails in the air, reaching down to nibble plants from the bottom, and the Atheini, the diving ducks, which disappear entirely beneath the surface, plunging down to find their food in deeper water. 151 species. Imagine that. Across meadows and marshes, across tropical rivers and frozen northern lakes, there are ducks of almost every description you could dream of. Some with emerald green heads, some with russet chests, some with delicate patterns of black and white, like ink brushed onto parchment. Each one a small, quiet masterpiece of nature. And you do not need to remember the number or the names. Just let the idea of all that variety settle over you like a warm blanket. So many ducks, so many gentle lives unfolding on the water, all across the world. Ducks live on both fresh water and seawater, and they are found on every continent on Earth, except Antarctica. Think about that for a moment. On almost every landmass on this spinning planet, there are ducks. In the quiet canals of Europe, in the wide, sun-drenched wetlands of Africa, in the misty mountain streams of South America, across the rice paddies of Asia, among the billabongs of Australia, and throughout the ponds, rivers, and coastlines of North America. Wherever there is water, ducks have found a way to make it home. Fresh water or salt water, it does not matter. They adapt. They persist. They simply carry on doing what ducks do. Swimming, feeding, resting, raising their young. The only continent too harsh even for ducks is Antarctica, that vast, frozen wilderness at the bottom of the world. Every other corner of the earth, though, has heard the sound of a duck's quiet call drifting across the water at dawn. You are doing wonderfully, truly, just lying here, breathing gently, letting your mind wander across continents and waterways. That is a beautiful thing. Feel the weight of your body sinking a little deeper into wherever you are resting. Your body knows how to do this. It knows how to let go. Trust it. You are exactly where you need to be. Now let us go a little deeper into the family tree. The subfamily Anatini, a smaller branch within that great Anatidae family, houses over 55 species of dabbling ducks. These are the gentle dabblers we mentioned, the ones who feed at the surface or tip just slightly beneath it. Alongside them, the subfamily Atheini adds the diving ducks, including a group called poachards, stocky, round-headed ducks that dive smoothly beneath the water to forage. And then there are the eiders, classified in a tribe called Somaterini. Eiders are remarkable birds. They are known for something very tender. They pluck the soft, fine down feathers from their own chests and use that down to line their nests, creating the warmest, softest cradle imaginable for their eggs. Eider down is so extraordinarily warm and light that humans have collected it for centuries to fill quilts and pillows. Imagine that, The very softness keeping you warm tonight may have been inspired by a duck, gently pulling feathers from her own breast to keep her little ones safe. Eiders are distinct from other groups in this way. They give something of themselves for comfort and warmth. And tonight, you can let that same sense of warmth surround you. You are cradled, you are held, you are resting. The tribe Tatternini covers a group known as shell ducks, as well as steamer ducks. Now these are interesting characters. Shell ducks are often large, boldly patterned birds, striking in their appearance, with patches of white, chestnut, and green. They are sometimes found perching in unexpected places, resting on fences or low branches, which is unusual for ducks. Steamer ducks, on the other hand, earn their name because of the way they move through the water when they cannot fly. They churn their wings and feet furiously, creating a spray that looks like an old paddle steamer churning across the sea. Some species of steamer duck have, over time, lost the ability to fly altogether, but they make up for it with powerful bodies and surprisingly aggressive temperaments. They have been known to fight fiercely to defend their territory. But right now, there is no need for any fighting, no need for any churning. You are not a steamer duck tonight. You are simply still, simply floating. And what a lovely thing that is. You are listening so well. You are letting these facts drift in and settle, without grasping, without straining. That is a wonderful skill, the ability to simply receive. Let your jaw relax. Let the small muscles around your eyes soften. You are doing so well. The tribe Carinini includes a group known as perching ducks, and one of the most beautiful among them is the wood duck. Wood ducks are adapted for an unusual lifestyle. They nest in trees. While most ducks build their nests on the ground near water, wood ducks seek out tree cavities, sometimes high above the forest floor. The female will find a cozy hollow in an old tree, line it with down, and lay her eggs there in the quiet safety of the canopy. When the ducklings hatch, they face their very first adventure almost immediately. They must leap from the nest hole and tumble down, sometimes from remarkable heights, bouncing softly onto the leaf litter below before waddling to the nearest water. They are so small and so light that they almost always survive the fall without a scratch. Imagine those tiny, fluffy bodies, brave enough to leap into the unknown on their very first day of life. There is something deeply reassuring about that. The idea that even the smallest creatures carry within them the courage to take the leap when the time is right. But tonight, you do not need to leap anywhere. You are grounded. You are held by the earth beneath you. Rest. The tribe Mergini features sea ducks, ducks that have adapted to life on the ocean. This group includes scoters, those dark, heavy-bodied ducks that ride the swells of coastal waters, and mergansers, sleek and narrow-billed ducks that are specialized for catching fish. Mergansers have serrated edges along their bills, almost like tiny teeth, which help them grip slippery fish as they chase them underwater. They are fast, agile swimmers, perfectly built for the cold, salt-rich waters they call home. Picture a merganser gliding beneath the surface of a gray-green sea, weaving through underwater forests of kelp, its body streamlined and effortless. The ocean is vast and deep and full of mystery, but to a sea duck, it is simply home, familiar, nourishing, and endlessly providing. The waves rock them to sleep at night, just as the gentle rhythm of your own breathing is rocking you towards sleep right now. In and out, in and out, like waves upon a shore. You are doing beautifully, truly. Your willingness to simply be here, to let your mind rest, is a gift you are giving yourself. And you deserve it, every bit of it. Let your hands go loose and heavy. Let your feet feel warm and distant. You are sinking deeper into rest, and that is exactly right. The tribe Oxyurini is made up of a charming group called stiff-tailed ducks. These small, compact ducks have a distinctive feature. Their tail feathers are stiff and spiky, and they often hold them upright, fanned out above their backs like little flags. It gives them a jaunty, cheerful look as they sit on the water. But those stiff tails are not just for show. They serve a purpose. When stiff-tailed ducks dive beneath the surface, their rigid tail feathers act as a rudder, helping to steer and propel them through the water with precision. It is a quiet little engineering marvel, designed over thousands and thousands of years of evolution. Something so small, so specific, a stiff tail, and yet it makes all the difference in the world to the duck who carries it. There is a lesson in that, perhaps, that the small, specific things about us, the things that make us different, even a little odd, are often the very things that help us navigate life most skillfully. But you do not need to think about lessons right now. Just let that image rest in your mind. A little duck with its tail held high, diving confidently into calm water, and breathe. Now here is something interesting. Some ducks are so unusual that scientists are not entirely sure where they belong in the family tree. The freckled duck, for instance, a shy, quiet species found in Australia, may form its own unique tribe called Stictonatini. It does not quite fit neatly with any of the other groups we have discussed. It stands a little apart, a gentle mystery among ducks. Similarly, the torrent duck, a remarkable bird that lives along the fast-flowing mountain rivers of South America, clinging to wet rocks amid rushing white water, sits in its own tribe as well, called Merganatini. And then there is the mallard, perhaps the most familiar duck of all. The mallard, known scientifically as Anas platyrhynchos, is the classic dabbling duck of the genus Anas. It is the duck you are most likely to picture when someone says the word duck. The male with his glossy green head and neat white collar, the female in her soft, mottled browns. Mallards have multiple subspecies spread across the world, and they are among the most adaptable and widespread of all ducks. From city park ponds to wild mountain lakes, the mallard is there, familiar and reassuring, like an old friend you did not realize you had. You are so deeply welcome here, in this moment. You have listened with such gentle patience, and your mind and body are thanking you for it. If your eyes are still open, you might let them close now. If they are already closed, Let them feel heavy and soft. There is more to learn, but there is no rush. We have all the time in the world. And finally, for this first part of our journey, a more somber note, but a peaceful one in its way. Certain species of duck have not survived into our present day. The Labrador duck, classified in the genus Camptorhynchus, is one such species. It once lived along the eastern coast of North America, a handsome black and white sea duck that foraged in sandy, shallow bays. But by the 1870s, it was gone, the victim of overhunting and habitat change. It was one of the first North American birds to go extinct after European colonization. The loss of the Labrador duck reminds us that the natural world is precious and fragile. It also highlights how our understanding of duck taxonomy, the way we organize and classify these birds, continues to shift and evolve as we learn more. Species are reclassified, tribes are rearranged, new discoveries are made. The story of ducks is still being written even now, and there is something quietly hopeful in that. The idea that there is always more to know, always more to discover, always another gentle surprise waiting just around the bend of the river. We have learned that ducks belong to the family Anatidae, part of a great order of water birds that includes geese and swans. We have learned that they are generally smaller and shorter-necked than their larger relatives. We have discovered that there are around 151 species of duck, organized into tribes: dabbling ducks, diving ducks, eiders who line their nests with their own soft down. We learned that ducks live on every continent except Antarctica, on both fresh water and seawater. We met the bold shell ducks and the churning steamer ducks of Tadernini. We discovered the wood ducks who nest in trees, and the sea ducks, scoters and mergansers, who make their home on the ocean. We learned about the stiff-tailed ducks with their upright tails built for diving. We found that some ducks, like the freckled duck and the torrent duck, are so unique they have tribes of their own, while the familiar mallard represents the widespread genus Anas. And we remembered the Labrador duck, a species now lost to us, reminding us how precious each one of these creatures truly is. Breathe in slowly and breathe out. The next part of our journey will begin in just a moment. But for now, just rest, just float, just be. Perhaps you have been drifting here all along, somewhere between waking and sleeping, and that is a perfectly wonderful place to be. There is no need to sharpen your focus or sit up straighter. Stay exactly as you are. Let your body remain heavy and warm. In this next part of our journey together, we are going to learn about how ducks eat, how they see the world, and how their bodies are built for the remarkable lives they lead, lives spent between water and sky. These are quiet, fascinating things, and they will come to you gently, one after another, like leaves drifting downstream. Take one more slow breath in, hold it for just a moment, and let it go long and easy. Good. Let us continue. Many ducks are omnivores. That means they eat a little bit of everything: plants, insects, worms, small fish, and other tiny aquatic animals. A duck does not limit itself to one kind of food. It is open, adaptable, willing to accept whatever the water or the land offers on any given day. In the morning, a duck might nibble on tender shoots of aquatic grass growing just beneath the surface of a pond. By midday, it might snap up a dragonfly larva wriggling among the reeds. In the evening, it might sift through soft mud and find small worms, or chase a tiny minnow through the shallows. This flexibility is one of the reasons ducks have thrived for so long in so many different places around the world. They do not insist on one particular thing. They take what comes. There is a quiet wisdom in that, in being willing to accept nourishment in whatever form it appears. And right now, you are doing something similar. You are accepting rest. You are allowing this moment to nourish you without asking it to be anything other than what it is. A voice in the dark, a few gentle facts about ducks, and your own steady breathing carrying you forward. Most ducks have broad, flat bills, those wide, familiar shapes we all recognize. And along the edges of those bills, there are thin, comb-like structures called pecten. Say that word softly to yourself if you like. Pecten. It comes from the Latin word for comb, and that is exactly what these structures look like. Tiny, delicate combs lining the edges of a duck's bill, top and bottom. When a duck dips its bill into the water and scoops up a mouthful of muddy water filled with tiny seeds, algae, insects, and silt, the pecten go to work. They act as a filter. The water and the mud drain out through those fine, comb-like edges, but the food stays behind, caught and held, ready to be swallowed. It is an elegant system, simple, efficient, and quiet. No machinery, no effort, just the gentle opening and closing of a bill, and the soft click of water passing through nature's own sieve. Imagine the sound of it if you can. A duck at the edge of a still pond, bill just barely submerged, making soft, wet, rhythmic sounds as it filters its meal from the water. Click, 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 gentle as rain on a window. You are resting so well right now. Truly you are. The simple act of lying still and listening, of letting your thoughts slow down, is one of the kindest things you can do for yourself. And you are doing it with such grace. If there is any tension left in your forehead, let it melt away now. Smooth and soft. That's it. You're doing beautifully. And now, something you may never have thought about: a duck's tongue. Ducks have tongues, of course, but they are not like ours. A duck's tongue is covered in small, backward-facing spines. Tiny, soft projections that all point toward the back of the throat. These spines serve a very clever purpose. When a duck pulls in a mouthful of water filled with slippery food, wet, slick aquatic plants, wriggling insect larvae, or a small, slippery fish, those backward-facing spines grip the food and guide it steadily toward the throat, while the water is pushed back out through the pecten along the edges of the bill. It is a two-part system working in harmony. The pecten filter. The tongue grips and guides. Nothing escapes. Nothing is wasted. The duck does not need to chew or struggle. It simply opens its bill, lets the water in, and trusts its body to sort everything out. And everything is sorted quietly and perfectly every single time. There is something deeply comforting about a system that works so reliably, so gently, without any conscious effort at all. Much like the systems inside your own body right now, your heart beating, your lungs breathing, your muscles releasing their tension, all working quietly on your behalf while you simply rest. Many diving ducks have an interesting habit. They swallow small stones or bits of grit, tiny, hard fragments picked up from the bottom of a lake or a riverbed. These stones do not pass through the duck's body the way food does. Instead, they stay in a muscular part of the digestive system called the gizzard. The gizzard is like a grinding chamber. Because ducks do not have teeth, they cannot chew their food the way we do. So when a duck swallows something hard, a tough seed, a small shell, a stubborn bit of plant matter, the gizzard squeezes and rolls those little stones against the food, slowly crushing it and breaking it down. The stones do the work that teeth would do. It is a patient, unhurried process. The gizzard contracts, the stones tumble and press, and gradually the food is ground into something soft and digestible. Imagine those small, smooth stones tumbling gently inside the warmth of a duck's body, doing their quiet, essential work. Over time, the stones themselves are worn smooth and small by the grinding, and when they become too tiny to be useful, the duck simply swallows new ones. A quiet cycle of purpose, repeated endlessly, without thought or worry. Just the body doing what it knows how to do. And you are still here, still listening, still breathing. That is a wonderful thing. You do not need to do anything more than exactly this. Your mind may wander, and that is perfectly all right. Let it drift wherever it wants to go. It will always come back, gently, like a duck returning to a familiar pond at the end of the day. You are safe. You are held. Everything is exactly as it should be. Let us talk now about how ducks see the world, because it is quite different from the way you and I see it. Ducks have excellent vision, remarkably good, in fact. And one of the most striking things about their sight is how wide their field of view is. Because of the position and shape of their eyes, set on the sides of their heads rather than the front like ours, ducks can see almost all the way around their bodies. Nearly 340 degrees of vision, some scientists estimate. That means a duck sitting calmly on the water can see almost everything around it. What is in front of it, what is to either side, and very nearly what is behind it, all without turning its head. Imagine what that would be like. To rest on the surface of a quiet lake and to see, all at once, the reeds swaying to your left, the open water stretching out to your right, the soft glow of the sky above, and the shadow of a willow tree almost directly behind you. All of it visible all at once in one calm, panoramic view. It is a kind of awareness we can barely imagine. A duck is never truly surprised by the world around it. It sees everything softly, simultaneously, and it rests within that wide circle of sight like a creature perfectly at home in its surroundings. But the remarkable vision of ducks goes even further than just the width of their view. Ducks can also detect a wider range of colors than humans can. Our eyes perceive three primary colors: red, green, and blue, and we blend those to create the full spectrum of colors we experience. Ducks, however, have an additional type of color receptor in their eyes that allows them to see into the ultraviolet range. They see colors we literally cannot imagine, shades and hues that have no name in any human language, because no human has ever seen them. This extraordinary color vision helps ducks in two important ways. First, it helps them find food. Certain plants, insects, and underwater organisms may reflect ultraviolet light in patterns that are invisible to us but vivid and clear to a duck. And second, it plays a role in choosing a mate. The iridescent feathers on a mallard's head, for instance, that shimmering green that seems to shift and change in the light, likely looks even more spectacular to another duck than it does to us. There are colors in a duck's world that we will never know. And there is something wonderfully humbling about that. The reminder that the world holds more beauty than any one pair of eyes can take in. Layers upon layers of beauty, seen and unseen, always there, always shimmering, whether we are aware of it or not. You are doing so wonderfully, just lying here, breathing, receiving these small and gentle ideas. Your body is growing heavier and more relaxed with every minute that passes, and that is exactly what it is meant to do. If you notice your thoughts slowing down, becoming softer and less distinct, that is a beautiful sign. It means you are letting go. And letting go is the bravest, most natural thing in the world. You are doing it perfectly. Ducks use special structures in their eyes, along with the placement of their eyes on the sides of their heads, to see both above and below the waterline at the same time. When a dabbling duck tips forward in shallow water, tail in the air, head submerged, it can still keep partial awareness of what is happening above the surface. And when it lifts its head back up, its eyes adjust almost instantly to the change in light and medium, shifting seamlessly from the dim, filtered world beneath the water to the bright, open world above. This is possible in part because ducks' eyes have specially shaped lenses that can refocus rapidly, far more quickly than a human eye can. Some species can even see clearly in both air and water simultaneously when their eyes are at the waterline, half submerged and half exposed. Think about that for a moment. A duck resting low on the surface of a pond, its head level with the water, can look down and see the sandy bottom below, the drifting weeds, the shadow of a passing fish, and at the same time, look up through the other half of its vision and see the sky, the clouds, the branches of an overhanging tree. Two worlds at once, the world above and the world below, held together in a single quiet gaze. There is something almost meditative about that image, a creature at the boundary between two realms, seeing both, belonging to both, resting right at the place where water meets air. And here is one more beautiful detail about duck eyes. Ducks have what is called a nictitating membrane, a transparent third eyelid that sits beneath the outer eyelids and can sweep horizontally across the eye, from the inner corner to the outer edge. This membrane is thin enough to see through, almost like a natural pair of goggles. When a duck is flying at high speed, the nictitating membrane slides across the eye to protect it from wind, dust, and debris, while still allowing the duck to see clearly where it is going. And when a duck dives beneath the water, the membrane closes over the eye again, keeping it moist and protected from the sting of mud or salt, while still letting in enough light to navigate and hunt. It is an exquisitely simple solution to a complex problem. How do you protect something as delicate as an eye while moving through wind and water at speed? You give it a transparent shield, a tiny, biological marvel, thinner than a whisper, strong enough to guard the most sensitive organ a duck possesses. And the duck does not think about it. It does not choose to activate it. The membrane simply does its work, silently, automatically, faithfully, protecting without being asked. You are so deeply at rest right now, and that is a beautiful place to be. If you can feel the weight of your own body, heavy against the mattress, heavy against the pillow, just notice that weight for a moment. That heaviness is not a burden. It is gravity holding you, the earth cradling you, the world telling you that you belong here, right where you are. You are held. You are protected, just like a duck's eye behind its quiet, transparent shield. Rest now. You are doing perfectly. Let us turn now to the body of the duck, to the bones that hold it together and carry it through the sky. Like all birds, ducks have pneumatized bones. That word, pneumatized, comes from the Greek word for air, and it means exactly what it sounds like. The bones of a duck are not solid all the way through the way our bones are. Instead, they are filled with tiny air pockets, hollow chambers connected to the respiratory system. This makes them remarkably light while still being strong. Imagine a bridge built not from solid steel beams but from intricate, hollow lattices, strong enough to bear weight, but light enough to lift into the sky. That is the skeleton of a duck. Every bone is an engineering triumph. When a duck takes flight, launching itself from the surface of the water with a burst of wing beats and a spray of droplets, it is those air-filled bones that make the miracle possible. They reduce the duck's overall weight just enough, just precisely enough, to allow its wings to carry it upward into the air. Strong enough to endure the stresses of flight, light enough to leave the water behind. It is a balance perfected over millions of years of evolution, and it is happening inside the body of every duck you have ever seen, every time it takes to the sky. And when a duck is not in the air, when it returns to the water where it spends so much of its life, its body is equally well designed. Ducks have streamlined, torpedo-shaped bodies, smooth and tapered, widest through the chest and narrowing toward the tail. This shape is not accidental. It is the same shape that engineers use when designing submarines, boats, and aircraft, the shape that creates the least resistance as it moves through a fluid. When a duck swims across the surface of a pond, Its torpedo-shaped body parts the water cleanly, with very little drag. It glides. It moves forward with an ease that belies the gentle paddling of its feet beneath the surface. And when a diving duck plunges beneath the water to pursue prey, that same streamlined shape allows it to cut through the underwater world swiftly and silently, like a small, feathered torpedo. Everything about the duck's body is shaped by water. Shaped for water. The curves of its breast, the taper of its tail, the smooth, oiled surface of its feathers, all of it working together to create a creature that moves through its world with the minimum of effort and the maximum of grace. How lovely it is to simply be still like this. You are letting go of the day, letting go of all the small efforts and tensions that built up without you even noticing. And with each breath, you are becoming lighter, not in the way a duck is light, with hollow bones and feathered wings, but in the way that a mind becomes light when it finally gives itself permission to stop working. You are doing this so well, so gently. Let the next breath come on its own without any effort at all. There you go. Perfect. If you have ever watched a duck walk on land, you have probably noticed something endearing, that characteristic waddle. That side-to-side rocking as they move across the grass or along the bank of a pond. Ducks waddle because their legs are placed farther back on their bodies than the legs of, say, a chicken or a pigeon. A chicken's legs are positioned almost directly beneath its center of gravity, which makes it a steady, balanced walker. But a duck's legs are set farther back, closer to the tail. This makes walking on land a bit awkward. The duck has to shift its weight from side to side with each step, swaying like a small, feathered pendulum. But this positioning is not a flaw. It is a trade-off, and a very deliberate one. Legs placed farther back on the body are far more efficient for swimming. They act like the propeller on the stern of a boat, pushing the duck through the water from behind with powerful, even strokes. So the duck sacrifices a little grace on land in exchange for extraordinary ability in the water. And honestly, there is nothing ungraceful about a waddle. It is charming. It is honest. It is the walk of a creature that knows where it truly belongs on the water and simply does its best on land in the meantime. We all have our places where we feel most at ease and places where we feel a little awkward, and that is perfectly all right. Here is something truly remarkable. The webbed feet of a duck, those thin, flat, paddle-like feet that propel it through the water, have no nerves and no blood vessels in the webbing itself. The thin skin stretched between the toes is essentially without sensation. A duck cannot feel the cold in its foot webbing the way you would feel cold in your fingers or toes. This is why ducks can stand on ice, swim in near-freezing water, and paddle through slush and snow without any apparent discomfort. If you or I were to stand barefoot on a frozen lake, we would be in agony within moments. But a duck stands there calmly, perhaps tucking one foot up into its warm belly feathers while standing on the other, perfectly at ease. The webbing is built for function, not for feeling. It is a paddle, a tool, an instrument of movement, and like all good tools, It is designed to endure the conditions in which it works. The duck feels the water with its bill, with its chest, with the sensitive feathers along its waterline. But its feet are simply doing their job, quietly, without complaint, in the coldest water imaginable. You are still here, still listening, still breathing, and I am so glad you are. Whether you are fully awake and following every word, or whether you are drifting somewhere between sleep and waking, catching only fragments, it does not matter. Either way, you are resting, and that is all that matters tonight. Let your body feel warm and heavy and safe. Imagine, if you like, that you are floating gently, effortlessly, on the surface of a calm, warm pond, held up by the water, rocked by the smallest of currents. You are weightless. You are at peace. And finally, for this segment of our journey, one of the most elegant adaptations in all of nature. Ducks possess what scientists call a countercurrent heat exchange system in their legs and feet. Here is how it works. Warm blood from the duck's heart travels down through the arteries toward the feet. At the same time, cold blood from the feet travels back up through the veins toward the heart. In the duck's legs, these arteries and veins run very close together. So close that heat from the warm arterial blood transfers directly into the cold venous blood before it reaches the body's core. This means that by the time the blood arrives at the feet, it has already given up most of its heat, so very little warmth is lost to the icy water or the frozen ground. And by the time the cold blood returns from the feet toward the heart, it has already been warmed back up by the outgoing arterial blood, so the duck's core temperature stays stable and safe. It is a closed loop of warmth, a continuous quiet exchange happening inside the duck's legs every moment of every day. The duck does not think about it. It does not manage it. Simply happens, automatically, silently, perfectly. Warm blood going down gives its heat to cold blood coming up. Over and over, an endless, gentle cycle of warmth, keeping the duck alive and comfortable in conditions that would overwhelm most other creatures. It is, in its own quiet way, one of the most beautiful systems in the animal kingdom. A circle of warmth, a cycle of care, the body looking after itself without ever being asked. We learned that ducks are omnivores, eating a wonderful variety of plants, insects, worms, and small fish, taking what the world offers with quiet adaptability. We discovered the pecten, those delicate, comb-like edges on a duck's bill that filter food from water, and the tiny backward-facing spines on their tongues that grip slippery morsels and guide them toward the throat. We learned that diving ducks swallow small stones to help their gizzards grind hard foods, a patient and ancient process. We explored the astonishing vision of ducks, their nearly 360-degree field of view, their ability to see ultraviolet colors invisible to human eyes, and the way their eyes can focus both above and below the waterline at once. We met the nictitating membrane, that transparent third eyelid that shields the eye during flight and diving. We discovered that duck bones are pneumatized, filled with air, making them light enough for flight yet strong enough to endure it. We admired the streamlined, torpedo-shaped body that carries a duck through water with such effortless grace. We smiled at the waddle caused by legs set far back on the body for swimming, not for walking, and we marveled at those remarkable feet, lacking nerves and blood vessels in their webbing, protected from the cold by a countercurrent heat exchange system that quietly, endlessly circulates warmth through the duck's legs, keeping it safe on even the iciest of waters. Breathe in, breathe out. Let your body be heavy. Let your mind be soft. The next part of our journey will be here whenever you are ready for it. But there is no hurry. No hurry at all. Rest now. You are doing so well. Let us continue now, gently, quietly, just as before. You are still here, still resting, and that is a lovely thing. In this next part of our journey, we are going to learn about something very close to a duck, something it carries with it everywhere it goes. Its feathers. Those soft, layered, miraculous feathers that keep a duck warm, dry, and aloft. And then we will learn a few simple, tender facts about how long ducks live and what we call them. Settle in a little deeper. Let the weight of your body press softly into the surface beneath you. Here we go. Ducks have waterproof feathers. If you have ever watched a duck climb out of a pond and give itself a shake, you may have noticed how the water flies off in all directions, leaving the duck looking almost perfectly dry within seconds. That is not an accident. A duck's feathers are coated in a thin layer of oil, and this oil repels water the way wax repels rain on a freshly polished car. The water simply beads up and rolls away, cannot soak through to the soft, warm down beneath. This oil does not appear on its own. The duck puts it there, carefully, deliberately, using its bill to spread the oil across every feather during a process called preening. It is a ritual the duck performs many times throughout the day, running its bill along each feather with patience and care. And thanks to that effort, the duck stays warm and dry, even after hours spent floating on cold water. There is something reassuring about that. The idea of a creature quietly tending to itself, making sure it is prepared, making sure it is protected before it returns to the water once again. The oil that makes all of this possible comes from a small but important gland located near the base of the duck's tail, called the uropygial gland, or more simply, the preen gland. This little gland produces a steady supply of waxy, oily secretion, and the duck reaches back with its bill, gently presses against the gland to collect a drop of oil, and then combs that oil through its feathers one section at a time. It does this multiple times every day. Each stroke of the bill spreads the oil along the feather barbs, coating them evenly, sealing out water, and here is something wonderful, trapping tiny pockets of air between the feathers. Those trapped air pockets do two things. They add buoyancy, helping the duck float higher and more easily on the water. And they add insulation, creating a layer of warmth against the duck's skin, like a soft, invisible blanket made of air. So every time a duck preens, it is not merely grooming itself. It is waterproofing, insulating, and adjusting its own buoyancy all at once, with nothing more than a small gland and a patient bill. You are resting so beautifully right now. Each minute that passes, your body is sinking a little deeper into stillness, and your mind is growing a little quieter, a little softer. That is exactly as it should be. You do not need to hold on to anything. You do not need to follow every word. Just let the sound of this voice be a gentle current, carrying you wherever you need to go. You are safe and you are doing so well. Ducks preen constantly. Throughout the day, between feeding, between swimming, between resting. They pause to run their bills through their feathers, realigning each one, smoothing out any that have become ruffled or displaced. This constant attention is not vanity. It is survival. Each feather on a duck's body overlaps with its neighbors in a precise pattern, like tiles on a roof. When every feather is properly aligned, the duck's plumage forms a seamless, windproof, waterproof barrier. But if even a few feathers become disordered, twisted or bent or clogged with dirt, gaps appear in that barrier, and cold water or chilling wind can reach the skin beneath. So the duck preens, again and again, patiently, thoroughly, keeping every feather in its place. This careful maintenance is vital not only for insulation and waterproofing but also for flight. Feathers that are clean, oiled, and properly aligned move through the air more efficiently, giving the duck smoother, more controlled flight. Every stroke of preening is an act of quiet self-care. The duck looking after itself moment by moment, making sure it is ready for whatever comes next. Ducks also adjust the density of their plumage with the seasons. In colder climates, as autumn deepens and winter approaches, ducks grow thicker, denser feathers, more down beneath the outer layer, more insulation against the dropping temperatures. Their bodies prepare for the cold without any conscious decision, responding to changes in daylight and temperature with a slow, steady thickening of their feathered coat. And in warmer climates, or as spring returns, the process reverses. The plumage becomes lighter, thinner, allowing heat to escape so the duck does not overheat under the strengthening sun. It is a quiet, seasonal rhythm, a conversation between the duck's body and the world around it. The world says it is getting cold, and the body answers by growing warmer feathers. The world says it is getting warm, and the body answers by letting go of what it no longer needs. A cycle as old as the seasons themselves. And right now, wherever you are, your own body is doing something similar, adjusting, settling, finding the temperature that feels just right for rest. You are doing so well just being here. There is nothing else you need to do tonight. Nothing to solve, nothing to prepare for, nothing to remember. Just this, your body at rest, your breathing slow and even, and the quiet company of these gentle facts about ducks. Let any remaining tension dissolve now, like morning mist lifting off a still pond. You are at peace. In the wild, many ducks live about 5 to 10 years. That may not sound like a very long time, but consider how full those years are. In 5 or 10 years, A wild duck may migrate thousands of miles, crossing mountains and coastlines and vast stretches of open water. It may raise dozens of ducklings across multiple seasons. It may survive storms, predators, droughts, and freezing winters. Every day of a wild duck's life is vivid, immediate, and purposeful. Domestic ducks, those raised in the safety of farms, gardens, and backyards, with steady food and shelter, often live longer. Well-cared-for domestic ducks can live into their teens, sometimes reaching 15 years or more. They trade the wildness and freedom of migration for the comfort and security of a known home, a familiar pond, a reliable hand that brings food each morning. Both lives are complete in their own way. Both are full, and both end as gently as they began. A duck settling down one last time, tucking its bill into its feathers and simply resting. The oil that makes all of this possible comes from a small but important gland located near the base of the duck's tail, called the uropygial gland, or more simply, the preen gland. This little gland produces a steady supply of waxy, oily secretion, and the duck reaches back with its bill, gently presses against the gland to collect a drop of oil, and then combs that oil through its feathers, one section at a time. It does this multiple times every day. Each stroke of the bill spreads the oil along the feather barbs, coating them evenly, sealing out water, and here is something wonderful, trapping tiny pockets of air between the feathers. Those trapped air pockets do two things. They add buoyancy, helping the duck float higher and more easily on the water. And they add insulation, creating a layer of warmth against the duck's skin, like a soft, invisible blanket made of air. So every time a duck preens, it is not merely grooming itself. It is waterproofing, insulating, and adjusting its own buoyancy all at once, with nothing more than a small gland and a patient bill. You are resting so beautifully right now. Each minute that passes, your body is sinking a little deeper into stillness, and your mind is growing a little quieter, a little softer. That is exactly as it should be. You do not need to hold on to anything. You do not need to follow every word. Just let the sound of this voice be a gentle current, carrying you wherever you need to go. You are safe and you are doing so well. Ducks preen constantly, throughout the day, between feeding, between swimming, between resting. They pause to run their bills through their feathers, realigning each one, smoothing out any that have become ruffled or displaced. This constant attention is not vanity. It is survival. Each feather on a duck's body overlaps with its neighbors in a precise pattern, like tiles on a roof. When every feather is properly aligned, the duck's plumage forms a seamless, windproof, waterproof barrier. But if even a few feathers become disordered, twisted or bent or clogged with dirt, gaps appear in that barrier, and cold water or chilling wind can reach the skin beneath. So the duck preens, again and again, patiently, thoroughly, keeping every feather in its place. This careful maintenance is vital not only for insulation and waterproofing but also for flight. Feathers that are clean, oiled, and properly aligned move through the air more efficiently, giving the duck smoother, more controlled flight. Every stroke of preening is an act of quiet self-care, the duck looking after itself moment by moment, making sure it is ready for whatever comes next. Ducks also adjust the density of their plumage with the seasons. In colder climates, as autumn deepens and winter approaches, ducks grow thicker, denser feathers. More down beneath the outer layer, more insulation against the dropping temperatures. Their bodies prepare for the cold without any conscious decision, responding to changes in daylight and temperature with a slow, steady thickening of their feathered coat. And in warmer climates, or as spring returns, the process reverses. The plumage becomes lighter, thinner, allowing heat to escape so the duck does not overheat under the strengthening sun. It is a quiet, seasonal rhythm, a conversation between the duck's body and the world around it. The world says it is getting cold, and the body answers by growing warmer feathers. The world says it is getting warm, and the body answers by letting go of what it no longer needs. A cycle as old as the seasons themselves. And right now, wherever you are, your own body is doing something similar, adjusting, settling, finding the temperature that feels just right for rest. You are doing so well just being here. There is nothing else you need to do tonight. Nothing to solve, nothing to prepare for, nothing to remember. Just this, your body at rest, your breathing slow and even, and the quiet company of these gentle facts about ducks. Let any remaining tension dissolve now, like morning mist lifting off a still pond. You are at peace. In the wild, many ducks live about 5 to 10 years. That may not sound like a very long time, but consider how full those years are. In 5 or 10 years, a wild duck may migrate thousands of miles, crossing mountains and coastlines and vast stretches of open water. It may raise dozens of ducklings across multiple seasons. It may survive storms, predators, droughts, and freezing winters. Every day of a wild duck's life is vivid, immediate, and purposeful. Domestic ducks, those raised in the safety of farms, gardens, and backyards, with steady food and shelter, often live longer. Well-cared-for domestic ducks can live into their teens, sometimes reaching 15 years or more. They trade the wildness and freedom of migration for the comfort and security of a known home, a familiar pond, a reliable hand that brings food each morning. Both lives are complete in their own way. Both are full, and both end as gently as they began. A duck settling down one last time, tucking its bill into its feathers and simply resting. And here are 3 simple, lovely words to close this part of our journey. A male duck is called a drake. A female duck is called a hen. And a baby duck, that small, fluffy, bright-eyed creature that follows its mother in a line across the water, is called a duckling. Drake, hen, duckling. Say them softly in your mind if you like. Drake, hen, duckling. There is something deeply satisfying about knowing the proper names for things. It is a small act of respect, of paying attention to call something by its true name. The drake, with his bold colors and his quiet watchfulness. The hen, with her soft, mottled plumage and her fierce devotion to her young. And the duckling, tiny and brave and full of the whole wide world ahead of it. 3 names, 3 roles, 1 family, floating together across the water. And you are part of this moment too, in your own quiet way. Listening, resting, breathing. You have been such a wonderful companion on this journey so far. Let your eyes stay closed. Let your hands be still. You are exactly where you belong. We discovered that ducks have waterproof feathers, kept that way by oil spread carefully during preening. We learned about the uropygial gland near the tail, which produces that oil, combed through the feathers many times each day, trapping air for buoyancy and warmth. We learned that ducks preen constantly to keep their feathers aligned and clean, vital for insulation and for flight. We found that ducks adjust the thickness of their plumage with the seasons, growing denser feathers for winter and lighter ones for warmth. We learned that wild ducks typically live 5 to 10 years, while domestic ducks can live into their teens. And we learned 3 gentle names: drake for a male, hen for a female, and duckling for a baby. Breathe in, breathe out, rest now. There is more to come, but there is no rush. There is never any rush. Just rest. You are still here, still resting, still breathing, and that is such a gentle, wonderful thing. In this next part of our journey, we are going to learn about something tender. How ducks find each other, how they court and pair and build their nests, and how new life begins. These are some of the softest facts we have encountered so far. Stories of devotion, of display, of tiny ducklings opening their eyes for the very first time. Let them come to you like the sound of distant birdsong drifting across a meadow at dusk. You do not need to reach for them. They will find you. Take a slow breath in, let it go, and let us continue. Most duck species form monogamous pairs, 1 drake and 1 hen, choosing each other, staying close, sharing the season together. For at least the duration of the breeding season, they are devoted to one another. The drake stays near the hen, accompanies her as she feeds, watches over her as she rests, and helps defend the territory where she will build her nest. It is a quiet, steady kind of partnership. However, unlike swans, who are famous for mating for life, most ducks do not carry their bond from one year to the next. When the breeding season ends and the ducklings have grown, the pair usually separates. The following year, each bird will find a new partner, and the courtship will begin again. There is something gentle in this arrangement, a relationship that is deeply committed for the time it lasts, and then gracefully released when the season turns. No clinging, no struggle, just a full and honest devotion for as long as it is needed, and then a letting go. Each year, a new beginning. Each season, a fresh chance to connect. The duck does not mourn the partnerships of previous years. It simply turns toward the new season with openness, ready to dance again. And what a dance it is! Ducks display remarkably complex courtship behaviors, elaborate rituals performed by the drake to catch the attention and earn the favor of a hen. These displays vary from species to species, but many involve synchronized head bobbing, the drake dipping and lifting his head in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic pattern. Some drakes flap their wings in deliberate, exaggerated motions, showing off the bright patches of color hidden on the undersides. Others arch their necks, throw their heads back, or rise up out of the water, puffing out their chests. And many species incorporate sound, special whistles, soft calls, and low murmurs that are used only during courtship, never at any other time. The hen watches all of this. She observes. She is not easily impressed. She may watch several drakes perform before choosing the one she favors. And when she does choose, she signals her acceptance with subtle movements of her own. A quiet nod, a slight turn of the body, a gentle swimming toward the chosen drake. It is a conversation conducted almost entirely in gesture and sound, a language older than any human tongue. Two creatures meeting each other in the soft light of a spring morning, communicating everything they need to say without a single word. And here are 3 simple, lovely words to close this part of our journey. A male duck is called a drake. A female duck is called a hen. And a baby duck, that small, fluffy, bright-eyed creature that follows its mother in a line across the water, is called a duckling. Drake, hen, duckling. Say them softly in your mind if you like. Drake, hen, duckling. There is something deeply satisfying about knowing the proper names for things. It is a small act of respect, of paying attention, to call something by its true name. The drake, with his bold colors and his quiet watchfulness. The hen, with her soft, mottled plumage and her fierce devotion to her young. And the duckling, tiny and brave and full of the whole wide world ahead of it. 3 names, 3 roles, 1 family, floating together across the water. And you are part of this moment too, in your own quiet way, listening, resting, breathing. You have been such a wonderful companion on this journey so far. Let your eyes stay closed. Let your hands be still. You are exactly where you belong. We discovered that ducks have waterproof feathers, kept that way by oil spread carefully during preening. We learned about the uropygial gland near the tail, which produces that oil, combed through the feathers many times each day, trapping air for buoyancy and warmth. We learned that ducks preen constantly to keep their feathers aligned and clean, vital for insulation and for flight. We found that ducks adjust the thickness of their plumage with the seasons, growing denser feathers for winter and lighter ones for warmth. We learned that wild ducks typically live 5 to 10 years, while domestic ducks can live into their teens. And we learned 3 gentle names: drake for a male, hen for a female, and duckling for a baby. Breathe in, breathe out, rest now. There is more to come, But there is no rush. There is never any rush. Just rest. You are still here, still resting, still breathing, and that is such a gentle, wonderful thing. In this next part of our journey, we are going to learn about something tender. How ducks find each other, how they court and pair and build their nests, and how new life begins. These are some of the softest facts we have encountered so far. Stories of devotion, of display, of tiny ducklings opening their eyes for the very first time. Let them come to you like the sound of distant birdsong drifting across a meadow at dusk. You do not need to reach for them. They will find you. Take a slow breath in, let it go, and let us continue. Most duck species form monogamous pairs, one drake and one hen, choosing each other, staying close, sharing the season together. For at least the duration of the breeding season, they are devoted to one another. The drake stays near the hen, accompanies her as she feeds, watches over her as she rests, and helps defend the territory where she will build her nest. It is a quiet, steady kind of partnership. However, unlike swans, who are famous for mating for life, most ducks do not carry their bond from one year to the next. When the breeding season ends and the ducklings have grown, the pair usually separates. The following year, each bird will find a new partner, and the courtship will begin again. There is something gentle in this arrangement, a relationship that is deeply committed for the time it lasts, and then gracefully released when the season turns. No clinging, no struggle. Just a full and honest devotion for as long as it is needed, and then a letting go. Each year, a new beginning. Each season, a fresh chance to connect. The duck does not mourn the partnerships of previous years. It simply turns toward the new season with openness, ready to dance again. And what a dance it is! Ducks display remarkably complex courtship behaviors, elaborate rituals performed by the drake to catch the attention and earn the favor of a hen. These displays vary from species to species, but many involve synchronized head bobbing, the drake dipping and lifting his head in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic pattern. Some drakes flap their wings in deliberate, exaggerated motions, showing off the bright patches of color hidden on the undersides. Others arch their necks, throw their heads back, or rise up out of the water, puffing out their chests. And many species incorporate sound, special whistles, soft calls, and low murmurs that are used only during courtship, never at any other time. The hen watches all of this. She observes. She is not easily impressed. She may watch several drakes perform before choosing the one she favors. And when she does choose, she signals her acceptance with subtle movements of her own. A quiet nod, a slight turn of the body, a gentle swimming toward the chosen drake. It is a conversation conducted almost entirely in gesture and sound, a language older than any human tongue. Two creatures meeting each other in the soft light of a spring morning, communicating everything they need to say without a single word. You are resting so deeply right now, and that is truly wonderful. The world outside can wait. Whatever happened today, whatever will happen tomorrow, none of it needs your attention right now. Right now, the only thing that exists is this moment. Your breathing, the warmth around you, and the quiet story of ducks finding each other across the water. Let your whole body soften. Let your thoughts become as gentle and unhurried as a duck gliding across a pond at dawn. You are exactly where you need to be. In some species of duck, the drake performs a very particular sound during courtship known as a grunt whistle. It is a brief, distinctive call, a low, grunting note followed almost immediately by a sharp, clear whistle. It happens quickly, lasting only a second or two, but it is unmistakable. The drake produces this sound using a specialized vocal organ called the syrinx, which sits deep in the chest, where the windpipe divides into the two bronchial tubes leading to the lungs. The syrinx is not like our larynx. It is more complex in some ways, capable of producing two different sounds simultaneously, and in the grunt whistle, it vibrates in a unique pattern found only during courtship, a vibration reserved entirely for this one purpose. The duck has a sound it makes only when it is trying to say something important, only when it is standing before another duck, offering itself, hoping to be chosen. A sound made for connection, for reaching out, for being heard, and then the sound is gone, carried away on the breeze, and the drake waits, watching the hen, hoping that his small, earnest call was enough. If you have ever admired the striking colors of a male duck, the deep emerald green of a mallard's head, the chestnut flanks of a widgeon, the bold black and white of a goldeneye, you have been looking at breeding plumage. In many species, the drake's feathers are at their most vivid and colorful during the breeding season, when he needs to attract a mate. Every iridescent shimmer, every bold patch of color, is a signal, a visual advertisement of health, vitality, and good genes. But once the breeding season ends and the eggs have been laid, something remarkable happens. The drake molts. He sheds those brilliant feathers and grows a new set of much duller, more muted plumage called eclipse plumage. In eclipse plumage, a drake can look almost indistinguishable from a hen. Soft browns, quiet grays, nothing that catches the eye. This is deliberate. During the molt, ducks often lose their flight feathers temporarily, which means they cannot fly. They are vulnerable, and so the bright colors that serve them so well during courtship become a liability. They would make the flightless drake conspicuous to predators. The dull eclipse plumage is camouflage. Says, "Do not notice me. I am just another quiet bird among the reeds." And so the drake hides in plain sight, patient and still, until his flight feathers grow back and the world is safe again. A creature that knows when to shine and when to become invisible. There is wisdom in that. How gently you are resting, how quietly your breathing has settled into its own slow, natural rhythm. You do not need to control it. You do not need to count it. Just let it happen the way a duck lets itself float. No effort, no resistance, just the body doing what it was made to do. If your mind has wandered somewhere far away, that is perfectly fine. Let it wander. It will always drift back softly in its own time. You are doing something truly kind for yourself right now, simply by being still. When it comes time to prepare a nest, some species of duck go to extraordinary lengths to make it warm and safe. Eider ducks, those large, sturdy sea ducks we spoke of earlier, do something especially tender. The hen plucks soft down feathers from her own breast and uses them to line the inside of her nest. These down feathers are among the softest, lightest, and warmest natural materials on Earth. Each one is a tiny miracle of insulation. A single feather with thousands of fine, interlocking filaments that trap air and hold warmth with astonishing efficiency. The hen arranges these feathers around and over her eggs, creating a cocoon of warmth so effective that even in the harsh, windswept environments where eiders often nest, rocky northern coastlines, barren islands, exposed tundra, the eggs stay at a safe, steady temperature. She gives something of herself, literally, to protect the life that is forming inside each shell. Feather by feather, plucked with care, arranged with patience. A mother building warmth from her own body. There is perhaps no gentler image in all of nature. And then, after days and days of patient incubation, the eggs hatch. Tiny ducklings emerge, damp, exhausted, blinking in the sudden brightness of the world. And in those first moments of life, something extraordinary happens. The duckling looks around and fixes its gaze on the first large, moving being it sees. And from that moment on, it follows. This is called imprinting. It is one of the most powerful bonds in the animal world, and it happens almost instantaneously. In most cases, the first thing a duckling sees is its mother, the hen who has been sitting on the nest, keeping the eggs warm, waiting patiently for this very moment. And so the duckling imprints on her. It learns her shape, her sound, her movement, and it will follow her everywhere, trusting her completely, waddling behind her in a line with its brothers and sisters, swimming after her across the pond, huddling beneath her feathers at night. But imprinting is not specific to the mother alone. If the first moving being a duckling sees happens to be another duck or a dog or even a human, a farmer, a scientist, a child, the duckling may imprint on that being instead, following it with the same absolute, unwavering devotion. It is a bond built not on logic but on faith. The duckling does not evaluate or compare, simply sees and it trusts, and it follows. You are so welcome here, in this quiet moment. You have been listening so gently, so patiently, letting these facts settle into you without any effort at all. And in doing so, you have given your mind the most wonderful gift, the gift of something soft and simple to rest upon. Nothing sharp, nothing urgent, just ducks, just feathers and nests and small, trusting ducklings following their mothers across the water. Let that tenderness stay with you as you sink a little deeper. Let it wrap around you. You are held. You are cared for. You are doing perfectly. Ducklings are remarkably capable from the very beginning. Within just a few hours of hatching, sometimes even sooner, they can swim. Those tiny, downy bodies, still so new to the world, take to the water as if they have always known it. They paddle with their small, webbed feet, keeping pace with their mother, following her across the pond in a neat, bobbing line. They can also walk after a fashion, wobbling along on unsteady legs, keeping close, always close to the hen. But there is one thing ducklings cannot do right away, and that is stay waterproof. Their baby down, that soft, fluffy covering they are born with, is not the same as adult feathers. It does not have the same structure, and it has not been treated with the same waterproofing oil from the preen gland. So while ducklings can swim and float for short periods, they can become waterlogged if they stay in the water too long. Their down absorbs water gradually, and they begin to sink lower to feel the cold creeping in. This is why you often see a mother duck leading her ducklings out of the water to rest on the bank. She knows instinctively that they need time to dry and warm up, and as they grow, their adult feathers come in, their preen gland develops, and eventually they learn to oil their feathers themselves. The waterproofing comes with time, with patience, with growing up. But in those earliest days, the ducklings rely on their mother to know when it is time to swim and when it is time to rest. And now, one last fact for this part of our journey, a remarkable one. In New Zealand, there lives a species called the wyo, also known as the blue duck. The wyo is a torrent duck, a duck that lives not on calm ponds or gentle lakes, but on fast-flowing mountain rivers, among rapids and white water and tumbling cascades. And the ducklings of the wyo are born ready. They hatch with unusually strong legs, large claws for gripping slippery rocks, and an instinctive ability to navigate rushing water. From the very first day of their lives, wyo ducklings can swim in rapids. They do not need calm water to practice. They do not need gentle currents to build their confidence. They are born into turbulence and they are equipped for it. Physically, instinctively, completely. Those strong little legs push against the current. Those oversized claws find purchase on wet stones. And the ducklings move through the white water with a determination that seems impossible for creatures so small and so new. It is a profound reminder that some beings are built for the very challenges they are born into. The wyo duckling does not wish for a calmer river. It simply swims the one it has with everything it was given. And you have navigated your own currents today. Whatever they were, large or small, rushing or still, you moved through them and now you are here resting. That is enough. That is more than enough. Let every muscle in your body relax now. Let your breathing carry you. You have done so well, and you deserve this rest completely. Close your eyes, if they are not already closed, and feel yourself floating, gently, safely, held by the quiet of this moment. We discovered that most ducks form monogamous pairs for the breeding season, devoted and close, though they usually part when the season ends. We watched the elaborate courtship dances of drakes, the head bobbing, the wing flapping, the special whistles meant only for this purpose. We listened to the grunt whistle, that unique sound produced by the syrinx, made only in moments of reaching out for connection. We saw how drakes wear brilliant breeding plumage to attract a mate, then molt into dull eclipse feathers to hide from predators while they are vulnerable. We felt the tenderness of eider hens plucking down from their own breasts to line their nests with warmth. We learned about imprinting, that instant, unshakable bond a duckling forms with the first moving being it sees. We discovered that ducklings can swim within hours of hatching, though their downy feathers are not yet waterproof. And we met the Wyo ducklings of New Zealand, born with strong legs and sharp claws, ready to swim the rapids of mountain rivers from their very first day. Breathe in slowly, breathe out slowly. Let the world grow quiet. Let yourself drift. The next part of our journey will be here whenever you are ready. But for now, just rest. Just float. Just be still. Still resting. Still breathing. And the night is holding you so gently. In this next part of our journey, we are going to learn about something deeply familiar: community. How ducks live together. How they share. How they rest. How they look out for one another. We will also listen to the sounds they make, some surprising, some comforting, and we will meet the ducks that have chosen to live alongside us, in our parks, our cities, and our homes. These are warm, companionable facts. Let them settle around you the way a flock of ducks settles onto the water at evening. Quietly, naturally, each one finding its place. One more slow breath, in and out. Ducks are social creatures. They gather in flocks, sometimes small, sometimes numbering in the hundreds. And within those flocks, there is a quiet order. Scientists have observed that duck flocks often develop clear dominance hierarchies. This means that certain birds, through a combination of size, age, confidence, and temperament, come to hold a higher rank within the group. These higher-ranking ducks tend to get first access to the best food, the most sheltered resting spots, and the safest positions within the flock. It may sound competitive, but in practice, it is surprisingly peaceful. Once the hierarchy is established, there is very little conflict. Each duck knows its place, and the group moves through its day with a kind of quiet, agreed-upon harmony. The dominant birds lead, the others follow, and the whole flock benefits from the structure because structure means less fighting, less wasted energy, less stress. It is a society built on subtle signals: a look, a posture, a slight movement forward or backward, rather than on aggression. Each duck, whether it stands at the top of the hierarchy or somewhere in the middle, is still part of the flock, still included, still belonging. And belonging, for a duck, is everything. Ducks also forage cooperatively, in a way that is both practical and quietly generous. When a dabbling duck tips forward in shallow water, that familiar tail-up posture, and stirs the mud at the bottom with its bill, it disturbs more than just its own meal. Small insects, seeds, and tiny invertebrates are dislodged and sent drifting through the water column. Other ducks nearby take advantage of this. They move in closer, positioning themselves to catch the food items that have been exposed by their companions' efforts. It is not organized in the way a team of humans might organize a task. No one assigns roles. No one gives instructions. It simply happens. One duck stirs and others benefit. And then another duck stirs, and the first duck benefits in turn. It is a kind of sharing that requires no agreement, no negotiation, no keeping score. Just a group of creatures feeding in the same water, each one's actions naturally helping the others. There is something deeply peaceful about that image. A group of ducks, heads down, feeding together in soft, muddy shallows, each one contributing to the well-being of the whole without ever thinking about it. A community that works not because anyone decided it should, but because that is simply what happens when you are close to others and willing to share the water. You are resting so beautifully, so quietly, and just as a duck belongs to its flock, you belong to this moment completely without question. There is nothing you need to prove, nothing you need to earn. You are simply here, and that is more than enough. Let your shoulders release any last trace of tension. Let your neck be soft. Feel the gentle weight of your own head on the pillow, and know that you are supported. You are held. You are doing so well. Here is something truly extraordinary. Many dabbling ducks can sleep with one eye open. Not metaphorically, literally. They close one eye and keep the other one open. And when they do this, something remarkable is happening inside their brains. The half of the brain connected to the closed eye falls into sleep, true restorative sleep, while the half connected to the open eye remains awake and alert. Scientists call this unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. It means the duck is simultaneously sleeping and keeping watch. The open eye scans the surroundings for predators. A fox creeping along the bank, a hawk circling overhead, while the resting half of the brain gets the sleep it needs. After a time, the duck may switch, closing the open eye and opening the closed one, letting the other half of the brain take its turn sleeping. It is an elegant, almost unbelievable solution to one of nature's oldest problems: how to rest when the world is not entirely safe. The duck does not choose between vigilance and sleep. It does both at the same time, one half watching, one half dreaming. And tonight, you do not need to keep watch at all. You can close both eyes. You can let your whole mind rest, fully and completely. There is nothing to watch for, nothing to guard against. You are safe, and you can let every part of yourself drift towards sleep. When ducks rest on open water, especially in cold or windy conditions, they often form what is called a raft. A raft is a tight-knit group of ducks floating close together, their bodies nearly touching, creating a compact cluster on the surface of the water. This is not accidental. By pressing close together, the ducks share body heat. Each bird benefits from the warmth of the birds around it, and the group as a whole retains far more heat than any individual duck could on its own. The birds on the outside of the raft are more exposed to the wind and the cold, so the ducks rotate positions over time. Those on the edges gradually move inward, and those in the warm center gradually drift outward, so that the burden of the colder positions is shared equally. No single duck bears the brunt of the wind for too long. It is a communal act of care, a rotating embrace on the open water. Imagine them out there, on some wide, dark lake, huddled together under the stars, slowly turning, slowly shifting, keeping each other warm through the long, cold night. A raft of ducks, a floating circle of warmth. There is such comfort in that image. The idea that even in the coldest, most exposed conditions, warmth can be found, as long as you are not alone. How lovely it is to be here with you in this quiet space. You are letting go so gracefully of the day, of your thoughts, of everything that does not serve you in this moment. And what remains is soft and simple and good. Your breathing is steady. Your body is warm. You are like a duck in the center of the raft, surrounded, held, sheltered from the wind. Stay here. Stay soft. You are doing perfectly. When most people think of the sound a duck makes, they think of the quack. That bright, familiar, slightly comical sound, quack, quack, quack. And while that is indeed the call of some ducks, the truth is far more varied and surprising. Different duck species make very different sounds. Some ducks whistle high, clear, melodic notes that sound more like a songbird than a waterfowl. The widgeon, for instance, produces a distinctive whistling call that carries across wetlands like a bright thread of sound. Other ducks grunt, low, soft, almost conversational sounds, as if they are murmuring to each other in private. Some squeak, producing thin, high-pitched notes that seem almost too delicate for a bird of their size. And some make sounds that defy easy description. Rattling trills, nasal buzzes, breathy sighs. The world of duck vocalizations is rich and varied, a whole orchestra of sound that most of us never notice because we are listening only for the quack. But if you were to sit quietly beside a marsh at dusk, truly listening, you would hear a symphony, whistles and grunts and squeaks and murmurs, layered over one another, each species adding its own voice to the chorus. A conversation happening all around you, in a language made entirely of sound and feeling. And here is a detail that surprises many people. In most common duck species, like the familiar mallard, only the female makes the loud quack. That classic, confident quack, quack, quack that echoes across the park pond, that is the hen. The drake, the male, makes a very different sound. His call is softer, quieter, raspier. A low, breathy rabe or a gentle, nasal murmur. It does not carry as far. It does not command attention the way the hen's quack does. The hen's loud call serves an important purpose. It is often used to call her ducklings, to communicate with other ducks at a distance, or to signal alarm. It needs to be heard. The drake's softer call, by contrast, is used more often in close-range communication, during courtship, during quiet social interactions, during the gentle, everyday exchanges that happen within the flock. So the next time you hear a loud quack from a pond, you will know that is a hen speaking up, making herself heard. And somewhere nearby, a drake is answering in his own quieter way, with a sound so soft you might miss it if you were not listening carefully. Two voices, two registers, one conversation shared between them. You are so deeply at rest now, and that is a truly beautiful thing. Whether you are still following every word, or whether the words have become a gentle blur of sound washing over you, it does not matter. Both are perfect. Both are exactly right. Your body knows what it needs, and it is taking it breath by breath, moment by moment. There is nothing more for you to do. Nothing at all. Just be here. Just float. You are safe, and you are so deeply welcome in this quiet place. Some ducks have learned to live alongside us. In cities and towns around the world, ducks have adapted to urban environments with remarkable flexibility. Park ponds, canal towpaths, riverside walkways, ornamental lakes in the middle of busy neighborhoods. These have all become home to ducks who have grown comfortable in the company of people. Urban ducks behave differently from their wilder relatives. They are bolder. They approach humans more readily, sometimes walking right up to a bench where someone is sitting, or gathering in expectant groups near a bridge where people often stop to offer food. They learn. They learn which paths the joggers take in the morning. They learn which park benches belong to the person who always brings bread. Those seeds and grains are much better for them, if you ever have the chance. They learn the rhythms of the human world and weave their own lives into those rhythms, finding food, shelter, and safety in places that would seem alien and hostile to a duck who had never left the wild. There is something touching about that adaptability, the willingness of a small, wild creature to meet us halfway, to share our spaces, to trust that the world we have built still has room for a duck and a quiet pond. And then there are the ducks that have lived with us the longest, the domestic breeds. Ducks like the pecan, that large, white, gentle bird with its upright posture and calm, unhurried way of moving. Or the call duck, tiny and round and impossibly charming, with a voice far bigger than its body, originally bred, in fact, for the carrying power of its call, which hunters once used to lure wild ducks within range. Over centuries, humans have selectively bred domestic ducks for all kinds of traits. Some breeds are larger and heavier, raised for their meat. Some are prolific egg layers, producing an egg nearly every day. Others have been bred for unusual and beautiful plumage, crests of feathers on their heads, dramatic patterns of color, elegant shapes that would never appear in the wild. And all domestic duck breeds, regardless of their specific traits, tend to be tamer and more docile than their wild ancestors. They are comfortable around people. They come when called sometimes. They settle into the rhythms of farmyards and gardens and backyards, and they seem, in their quiet way, content. They have traded the vast migrations and the wild marshes for something simpler. A known home, a safe enclosure, a reliable source of food, and the company of the humans who care for them. It is a partnership that stretches back thousands of years, to the first time a human looked at a wild duck and thought, perhaps we could share this life together. And in many quiet corners of the world, that sharing continues still. You have listened so patiently, so gently, for so long now, and your patience is a gift to yourself most of all. Every minute you spend resting like this, your body is healing, restoring, renewing itself in ways you cannot see but can certainly feel. That heaviness in your limbs, that is restoration. That softness in your thoughts, that is peace. You are giving yourself something precious tonight, and you deserve every moment of it. Rest now. Sink a little deeper. Let the world grow very, very quiet. We discovered that duck flocks have quiet dominance hierarchies, where structure brings peace and every bird has its place. We learned that ducks forage cooperatively, stirring up food that benefits the whole group without any planning or agreement. We marveled at the ability of dabbling ducks to sleep with one eye open, half the brain resting, half the brain keeping watch. We found warmth in the image of duck rafts, those tight clusters on the water where birds rotate positions and share body heat through the cold night. We listened to the surprising variety of duck sounds, whistles, grunts, squeaks, and murmurs, far beyond the familiar quack. We learned that in mallards and many other species, only the female makes the loud quack, while the male answers with a softer, raspier call. We met the urban ducks who have adapted to life in our cities and parks, learning our routines and sharing our spaces. And we visited the world of domestic ducks, pecans and called ducks and many more, bred over centuries for size, eggs, plumage, and temperament, living alongside us in a partnership thousands of years old. Breathe in, breathe out, let everything be soft. The journey continues, but you do not need to follow it anywhere. It will carry you. Just close your eyes and float. Just rest. You are still here, drifting gently through the night. How wonderful that is. In this next part of our journey, we are going to follow the ducks upward into the sky across vast distances through changing seasons, and then back down again into the cold, into the water, into the quiet ingenuity of survival. These are facts about strength and endurance, about the extraordinary things a duck's body can do when the world asks it to fly farther, dive deeper, or endure the harshest cold. But they are also facts about rest, about knowing when to stop, when to shelter, when to slow down and conserve. Let them come to you the way weather comes to a landscape, gently shifting, one thing becoming another, all of it natural, all of it unhurried. Breathe in long and slow, and let it go. Here we are. Not all ducks take off from the water in the same way. Some species, particularly small, agile ducks like teal, can launch themselves almost straight up into the air from a standing start on the water's surface. One moment they are floating calmly, and the next they are airborne, rising nearly vertically with rapid, powerful wing beats, as if pulled upward by an invisible string. It is sudden, explosive, and remarkably graceful for something so fast. Teal are among the quickest ducks off the water, and their ability to spring directly upward makes them well suited to life in small ponds and narrow waterways surrounded by trees and vegetation, where there is no room for a long runway. Other ducks, however, particularly larger, heavier species, cannot manage this vertical leap. They need a running start. If you have ever watched a large duck or a swan trying to take flight, you may have seen it. The bird paddling furiously along the surface of the water, wings beating, feet slapping against the surface, spray flying in all directions, building speed gradually over many yards before finally lifting free of the water and climbing into the air. It is less elegant, perhaps, but no less determined, no less committed. Whether a duck rises straight up in an instant or labors across the water for a long, effortful takeoff, the result is the same. Flight, freedom, the open sky, and each duck gets there in the way its body allows. After the breeding season, many ducks go through a process called a molt. They shed their old, worn feathers and grow new ones. This is a necessary renewal. Feathers endure tremendous stress during flight, and over time they become frayed, damaged, and less efficient. They need to be replaced, but the molt comes at a cost. In many species, ducks lose their primary flight feathers, the long, strong feathers along the outer edge of the wing that generate lift and thrust, all at once. And until the new feathers grow in, the duck cannot fly. For several weeks, sometimes a month or more, the duck is grounded, flightless, bound to the water and the shore. This is a vulnerable time. Without the ability to fly, the duck cannot escape predators as easily, and so it tends to become quieter, more secretive, retreating to sheltered areas of dense vegetation where it can hide. It is during this period, as we learned earlier, that drakes wear their dull eclipse plumage, muted colors to help them blend in and disappear. The duck waits. It rests. It lets the new feathers grow, slowly, one by one, until the wings are whole again and the sky is once more within reach. There is something profoundly patient about the molt, the willingness to be vulnerable for a while, to accept a temporary limitation, knowing that renewal is coming, knowing that the ability to fly will return. You are resting so well, so deeply, and rest, like the molt, is a kind of renewal. Your body is doing its own quiet work right now, repairing, restoring, growing stronger in ways you cannot see. You do not need to do anything to help it along. You simply need to be still and let it happen. Just as a duck trusts its feathers to grow back, you can trust your body to take care of itself while you sleep. You are safe. You are renewing. You are doing beautifully. Many ducks are migrants. When the seasons change and the days grow shorter, when the ponds begin to freeze and the food supply dwindles, ducks take to the sky and travel, sometimes extraordinary distances, to warmer wintering grounds. A migrating duck in full flight is a remarkable sight. Some species can reach speeds of 50 to 60 miles per hour, their wings beating in a steady, tireless rhythm. Their streamlined bodies cutting through the air with the same efficiency that carries them through water. They fly in formations, loose V-shapes or long, undulating lines, using the aerodynamic advantage of the bird ahead to reduce their own effort, each duck riding the air currents created by the one in front of it. Mile after mile, hour after hour, over rivers and forests, over mountains and coastlines, over cities and farmland, through daylight and through darkness. Some ducks migrate thousands of miles in a single season, navigating by the stars, by the Earth's magnetic field, by landmarks remembered from previous journeys. It is one of the great feats of endurance in the natural world. A small bird, weighing perhaps 2 or 3 pounds, flying across a continent on nothing but its own strength and the fuel stored in its body. And then, at the end of the journey, it arrives. It descends to a familiar marsh, a remembered lake, a wintering ground where the water is still open and the food is plentiful. It lands, folds its wings, and rests. Journey complete. Home again for now. But a migration of hundreds or thousands of miles cannot be completed in a single flight. Ducks need to stop along the way. They need to rest, to feed, to rebuild their energy before continuing. These rest stops are called stopover wetlands, and ducks choose them carefully. A good stopover site offers abundant food, aquatic plants, insects, seeds, so the duck can refuel quickly and efficiently. But it must also offer safety. A marsh surrounded by open ground with good visibility, where predators can be spotted from a distance. Dense vegetation for cover when resting. Quiet water, undisturbed by too much human activity. The duck must balance 2 competing needs: the need to eat as much as possible, as quickly as possible, to rebuild energy for the next leg of the flight, and the need to stay safe while doing so. A wetland rich in food but full of predators is not worth the risk. A safe wetland with no food is not worth the stop. So the duck evaluates, instinctively, drawing on experience and on ancient patterns of behavior passed down through countless generations. It finds the right place. It lands. It feeds. It rests. And when the balance of energy and safety tips in favor of continuing, it takes off once more and flies on. Each stopover is a small act of wisdom, the recognition that a long journey is made of many short rests. You are on your own journey tonight, a journey toward sleep, toward deep and restorative rest. And you do not need to rush it. You can stop here, at this quiet waypoint, and simply let yourself be nourished by the stillness. There is nowhere else you need to go. No schedule, no urgency, no next leg of the flight. Just this moment, this breath, this softness. You have been traveling all day, through tasks and thoughts and obligations, and now you have landed. You are at your stopover. Rest here. Feed on the quiet. You are doing so well. As autumn deepens and winter approaches, ducks prepare for the cold in a very direct way. They eat more, much more, In the weeks before winter, many ducks ramp up their caloric intake dramatically, consuming as much food as they can find: seeds, grains, aquatic plants, insects, whatever is available, and converting that surplus energy into fat. Layers of fat build up beneath the skin and around the internal organs, creating a dense, energy-rich reserve that the duck will draw upon throughout the long, cold months ahead. Fat is the most efficient form of energy storage in the animal kingdom. It contains more than twice the energy per gram of either protein or carbohydrate. And when the duck's body needs heat, when the temperature drops and the wind cuts across the frozen lake, it metabolizes that stored fat, breaking it down and releasing its energy as warmth. The duck burns from within, a slow, steady flame fueled by the meals of autumn, keeping the bird alive and warm through the darkest, coldest days of winter. There is something deeply reassuring about the idea of preparation, of a creature spending its autumn gathering what it will need, storing it away, trusting that the reserves will last until spring returns. A quiet confidence in the future, a faith that winter, no matter how long, will eventually end. When the cold becomes especially severe, when temperatures plummet suddenly during a winter cold snap, ducks have another tool at their disposal. They can increase their basal metabolic rate. The basal metabolic rate is the amount of energy the body uses simply to stay alive, to keep the heart beating, the lungs breathing, the organs functioning while at rest. In normal conditions, this rate is steady and modest, conserving energy. But when the cold becomes extreme, a duck's body can turn up the dial. It increases its metabolic rate, burning more fuel, generating more internal heat, pushing back against the dropping external temperature. It is like turning up the thermostat in a house when a blizzard arrives. The furnace works harder, burns more fuel, and the interior stays warm even as the world outside grows colder. The duck does not choose to do this consciously. His body simply responds, sensing the cold, adjusting the rate of chemical reactions inside each cell, producing more heat automatically. It is yet another example of the quiet, constant intelligence of the body, always adapting, always responding, always keeping the inner world stable even as the outer world changes. Your own body is doing something similar right now in its own way, maintaining your temperature, regulating your breathing, keeping you alive and comfortable without any effort on your part. It has been doing this all day, and it will continue through the night. Trust it. It knows what to do. How peaceful you are right now. How still. The world has grown so quiet around you, and you have let it. That is a gift. The ability to let the world be quiet, to stop filling the silence with worry or thought. You are simply here, breathing, listening, and that is one of the most restful things a person can do. If you feel yourself sinking deeper, let it happen. If you feel your thoughts becoming distant and soft, like clouds seen from very far away, let that happen too. Everything is as it should be. You are held. You are warm. You are doing perfectly. In the most extreme conditions, when cold is severe and food is scarce, Some ducks can enter a state called torpor. Torpor is different from ordinary rest or sleep. It is a deliberate, dramatic slowing of the body's functions. The metabolic rate drops sharply. The heart rate decreases. Body temperature falls. The duck becomes very still, conserving every possible calorie, burning the absolute minimum of energy needed to keep its cells alive. It is, in a sense, a controlled shutdown, not death, not hibernation exactly, but something in between. A deep, temporary pause. The duck enters torpor when the cost of staying fully active would exceed the energy available. Rather than burning through its fat reserves too quickly, it slows down. It waits. It endures. And when conditions improve, when the temperature rises slightly or food becomes available again, the duck rouses from torpor, its metabolic rate climbs back up, and it resumes its normal life. Torpor is a last resort, a survival strategy for the harshest moments. But there is something almost beautiful about it. The ability to slow down so completely, to reduce yourself to the barest essentials of life, and to trust that this deep stillness will carry you through to better days. A kind of faith written into the body itself. And here is one more way ducks endure the winter cold. One that is surprisingly simple and surprisingly clever. Some ducks dig into snow. When a harsh winter storm arrives, bringing bitter wind and driving snow, ducks may burrow into a snowbank, creating a small, insulating hollow. A burrow just large enough to contain their body. Snow, despite being cold itself, is an excellent insulator. It is full of tiny air pockets that trap warmth, and once a duck has settled into its snow burrow, its own body heat warms the small space around it, creating a microclimate significantly warmer than the howling storm outside. The snow blocks the wind. It muffles the sound. It holds the warmth close. The duck sits inside its little shelter, feathers fluffed, body compact, perfectly still, waiting for the storm to pass. Imagine it. A small duck, hidden beneath a blanket of white, surrounded by silence, warm and safe in its own tiny room of snow, while the winter rages overhead. There is something so cozy about that image, so deeply comforting. A small creature, finding shelter in the most unlikely of places, making warmth from almost nothing. You too have found your shelter tonight, your bed, your blankets, this quiet moment. This is your snow burrow, warm and safe, holding you gently while the world outside carries on without you. Rest deeper now. Let your body grow heavier. Let your thoughts thin out, becoming lighter and fewer, like the last few snowflakes drifting down after a storm has passed. You are warm. You are still. You are sheltered from everything. There is nothing out there that needs you tonight. Nothing at all. Just breathe and let yourself be held by this beautiful, quiet darkness. You are doing so wonderfully well. Let us go beneath the water now one more time. Diving ducks, those species that plunge fully below the surface to forage, can hold their breath for remarkably long periods. Many diving ducks can remain underwater for 20 to 30 seconds, and some can stay down even longer. This is made possible by several adaptations working together. Diving ducks have proportionally larger lungs than many other birds, giving them a greater volume of air to draw from during a dive. Their bodies are also exceptionally efficient at using oxygen. Their muscles can function for longer periods on less oxygen, and their blood can carry and distribute oxygen more effectively than that of non-diving species. When a diving duck slips beneath the surface, smoothly, silently, with barely a ripple, it enters a world of muted light and slow-moving currents. It swims downward, using its powerful rear-set legs to propel itself, scanning the underwater landscape for food. Aquatic plants, shellfish, insects, small crustaceans clinging to submerged rocks. For those 20 or 30 seconds, the duck is completely submerged, completely committed to the dive, its body working with quiet efficiency in the dim, cool world below. And then it surfaces again, popping back up like a cork, shaking the water from its head, breathing in the fresh air. One dive among many, one breath followed by another, a rhythm as natural and unhurried as your own breathing right now. Not all ducks migrate, or rather, not all ducks migrate in the traditional way anymore. In many urban areas, in cities and towns where parks with ponds and lakes provide year-round habitat, some ducks have stopped migrating altogether. Mallards are perhaps the best-known example of this. In the wild, mallards are migratory, traveling south in autumn to escape freezing temperatures and diminishing food supplies. But in cities, the conditions that drive migration are often absent. Urban environments tend to be warmer than the surrounding countryside. Buildings, roads, and infrastructure generate and retain heat, creating what scientists call an urban heat island. City ponds are less likely to freeze completely. And perhaps most importantly, people feed the ducks. Bread crusts tossed from park benches, seeds scattered by well-meaning visitors, leftover grain from nearby bakeries or markets. All of this creates a reliable, year-round food supply that wild wetlands cannot match. So the urban mallards stay. They see no reason to leave. The cues that would normally trigger migration, shortening days, falling temperatures, disappearing food, are softened or eliminated by the city itself. And so a duck that might once have flown hundreds of miles south now spends its winter paddling across a park pond, watching joggers pass, waiting for the next handful of seed. It is a quiet revolution in duck behavior, happening in cities all over the world, one flock at a time. You are so deeply at rest right now. The very fact that you are still here, still listening, still allowing yourself to be carried along by these quiet words, that tells me something lovely about you. You are someone who can be still. You are someone who can let go. And tonight, that ability is serving you well. Your breath is slow and steady. Your muscles are loose and heavy. Whatever thoughts are still drifting through your mind, let them drift. They do not need answers tonight. They do not need attention. They are just clouds passing through an open sky. Let them pass. You are doing perfectly. Some ducks are natural opportunists, flexible, resourceful, willing to make the most of whatever their environment provides. The common eider is one such species. Eiders are large, powerful sea ducks built for life on cold northern coastlines, where they dive for mussels, sea urchins, and other marine invertebrates. But eiders that live near human settlements have learned to supplement their natural diet with human food. They scavenge scraps from fishing boats. They gather near harbors and docks where fish are cleaned and discarded parts are tossed into the water. They explore tidal zones near coastal towns, finding food sources that would not exist without human presence. This opportunism is not desperation, it is intelligence. The eider does not abandon its natural prey. It simply adds new options to its menu, thriving in the fluctuating, unpredictable conditions of coastal and urban environments. When natural food is abundant, the eider eats as it always has. When natural food is scarce, it turns to whatever else is available. This flexibility, this willingness to adapt without losing its essential nature, is one of the reasons the common eider has remained successful across a wide and changing world. Now let us return for a moment to a duck we met earlier, the wyo, the blue duck of New Zealand. We learned that wyo ducklings are born ready to navigate rapids. But the adult wyo has its own remarkable adaptation. At the tip of its bill, the wyo has soft, rubbery flaps, flexible extensions of the bill that act almost like lips. These rubbery flaps serve a very specific purpose. The wyo feeds primarily on insect larvae, tiny creatures that cling to the surfaces of rocks in fast-flowing mountain rivers. To reach them, the wyo presses its bill against the wet, slippery surface of a submerged rock and uses those soft flaps to scrape the larvae away, dislodging them from their hiding places without damaging the bill itself. The rubber-like texture of the flaps provides grip and cushioning, protecting the hard keratin of the bill from the constant abrasion of scraping against stone in rushing water. It is a beautifully specific adaptation, a tool designed for one particular task, perfected over countless generations. A duck with lips, feeding gently on the surface of a stone in a mountain river, while white water crashes and tumbles all around it. Calm in the midst of chaos, focused in the midst of noise, finding nourishment in the most unlikely of places. How quiet your world has become, how soft and slow and gentle. You have let everything else fall away. The noise, the rush, the demands of the day, and what remains is this: stillness, warmth, and the sound of a voice telling you about ducks. That is all you need right now. That is more than enough. Let your eyelids be heavy. Let your hands be still. Feel the rise and fall of your own chest, and know that each breath is carrying you a little closer to sleep. You are so close now, so close to that deep, peaceful place where the mind finally rests. You are doing so beautifully. The harlequin duck is another species adapted to life in turbulent water. Named for its bold, striking plumage, patches of blue, white, chestnut, and black arranged in dramatic patterns reminiscent of a harlequin's costume. This duck breeds along fast-flowing rivers and streams in northern regions. Life in these turbulent habitats is demanding, and food can be scarce. The currents are strong, the water is cold, and the energy required simply to hold position in the flow is considerable. In response to these challenging conditions, harlequin ducks have evolved a different reproductive strategy than most other ducks. They lay fewer eggs per clutch, typically only 5 to 7, compared to the 10 or 12 that many other species produce. By investing in fewer offspring, the hen can devote more energy and attention to each one, improving the chances that each duckling will survive to adulthood. It is a trade-off: fewer young, but stronger, better cared for young. Quality over quantity. In a harsh environment where resources are limited, this strategy makes sense. Each egg, each duckling, each small life is given the best possible chance. There is a tenderness in that calculation, a mother choosing to give more to fewer, ensuring that each one receives enough. And finally, for this segment, let us look at one more beautifully specialized bill. The northern shoveler is a dabbling duck with a bill unlike any other. It is wide, dramatically, almost comically wide, broad and flat, shaped like a shovel, which is exactly how the bird earned its name. That exaggerated bill width is not an accident. It is a highly specialized tool for filter feeding. The northern shoveler feeds by swimming slowly through shallow, murky water with its bill submerged, sweeping it from side to side, drawing in mouthfuls of water thick with tiny organisms. Plankton, small crustaceans, seeds, algae. The edges of the bill are lined with fine, comb-like lamellae, similar to the pecten we discussed earlier, but even more numerous and more finely spaced, which act as an extraordinarily efficient sieve. The water is pushed out through these lamellae, and the tiny food particles are trapped inside. It is filter feeding at its finest. A duck with a bill built like a strainer, harvesting the smallest morsels of food from cloudy water that other ducks would swim past without a second glance. The shoveler finds abundance where others see nothing. It thrives in murky shallows, in silted ponds, in water too turbid for most other foragers. Its wide, wonderful bill turns cloudy water into a feast. There is something quietly inspiring about that. A creature equipped to find nourishment in places others overlook, to see richness where others see only mud. We watch teal spring straight up from the water like rockets, and heavier ducks labor across the surface in long, splashing takeoffs, each one reaching the sky in its own way. We learned about the molt, that vulnerable, patient time when ducks lose their flight feathers and wait, grounded, for renewal. We marveled at the speed and endurance of migrating ducks, flying at 50 or 60 miles per hour across continents, navigating by stars and magnetic fields. We discovered stopover wetlands, those carefully chosen rest stops where ducks balance the need for food against the need for safety. We learned how ducks build fat reserves in autumn to fuel their internal furnace through winter, and how they can increase their metabolic rate during sudden cold snaps to generate more heat. We found that in the most extreme cold, ducks can enter torpor, a deep, still, energy-saving slowdown, and that some ducks burrow into snow to create warm, insulating shelters against the storm. We dove beneath the surface with diving ducks, holding our breath for 20 or 30 seconds in the dim underwater world. We met the urban mallards who no longer migrate, kept comfortable by the warmth and food of city life, and the opportunistic eaters who supplement their diet with human scraps near coastal towns. We returned to the Wayo, admiring the rubbery flaps on its bill that scrape insect larvae from rocks in white water. We learned that harlequin ducks lay fewer eggs to give each duckling a better chance in their demanding, turbulent habitat. And we met the northern shoveler, with its wonderfully wide bill, filtering tiny plankton from murky shallows with exquisite efficiency. Breathe in, breathe out. Let your body be impossibly heavy. Let your mind be impossibly light. You do not need to carry any of this with you into sleep. It will be here when you wake if you want it. For now, just let it all dissolve into the warm darkness behind your eyes. Rest, float, drift. The journey continues gently whenever you are ready. But there is no hurry. There is never any hurry. Just rest. You are still here, still resting, still drifting, and I am so glad. We have traveled a long way together tonight, through the family tree of ducks, through the mechanics of their bodies, through courtship and migration and the quiet endurance of winter. And now, in this next part of our journey, we are going to do something a little different. We are going to meet the ducks themselves. One by one, species by species, we are going to walk slowly through a gallery of remarkable birds from every corner of the world. Each one is unique. Each one carries its own beauty, its own story, its own small place in the vast tapestry of life on Earth. You do not need to memorize their names. You do not need to picture them perfectly. Just let each one appear in your mind like a painting glimpsed in a quiet museum. Admired for a moment, appreciated, and then gently left behind as you move on to the next. Settle deeper into wherever you are. Let your body become heavier still. Take a long, slow breath in and release it completely. Let us meet the ducks. The mandarin duck is, by almost any measure, one of the most beautiful birds on Earth. Native to East Asia, to the forested rivers and lakes of China, Japan, and Korea, the male mandarin duck wears plumage so elaborate, so richly colored, that it seems less like a living bird and more like a piece of ornate artwork brought to life. His feathers are a tapestry of deep, burning orange, emerald green, and royal purple, layered and arranged in patterns of breathtaking complexity. Broad, sail-like feathers rise from his wings, curving upward like the flourishes of a calligrapher's brush. His chest is deep purple, shading into white at the belly. His face is framed by sweeping lines of white and russet. In East Asian culture, mandarin ducks have long been symbols of love, fidelity, and beauty, They are painted on scrolls, embroidered on wedding garments, carved into jade and ivory. And when you see one in life, floating quietly on a still pond surrounded by overhanging willows, its reflection shimmering beneath it in perfect mirror image, you understand why. It is a creature that seems almost too beautiful to be real. And yet it is real. It is out there right now, somewhere in the forests of East Asia, preening its impossible feathers beside a quiet stream. Let that image rest in your mind. All that color, all that richness, floating peacefully on dark water. The northern pintail is a different kind of beauty, elegant rather than ornate, graceful rather than dazzling. The male pintail is slender and refined, with a chocolate brown head, a white breast, and a body of soft, silvery gray. But his most distinctive feature is his tail. The central tail feathers of the northern pintail are extraordinarily long, up to 1/3 of his entire body length, extending far behind him in a narrow, pointed spike. In flight, this long tail gives the pintail a sleek, arrow-like silhouette, unlike any other duck in the sky. He looks like he was designed for speed, for precision, for cutting through the air with the minimum of resistance. And he is fast. Pintails are strong, agile flyers, capable of covering great distances during migration. But even at rest, floating calmly on the water, that long tail trails behind him like a pennant, lending him an air of quiet distinction. If the mandarin duck is a painting, the northern pintail is a line drawing, clean, spare, and perfect in its simplicity. You are resting so gently right now, so peacefully, and I want you to know that this is enough. You are enough exactly as you are in this exact moment. You do not need to be more productive, more alert, more anything. Right now, the most important thing you can do is simply breathe and rest, and let yourself be carried by the sound of these words. You are doing that beautifully. Let your jaw unclench just a little. Let the space behind your eyes feel wide and open and dark. You are safe here. The canvasback is a diving duck of North America, and it possesses one of the most distinctive profiles in the duck world. Its forehead slopes downward at a long, gentle angle, blending seamlessly into the bill without any noticeable break or step. This creates a smooth, wedge-shaped profile, a single, uninterrupted line from the crown of the head to the tip of the bill. It is an unusual look, and once you have seen it, you will never mistake a canvasback for any other duck. The male canvasback has a rich, chestnut red head and neck, a black chest, and a pale, almost white body, the color of old canvas, which is how the bird earned its name. Canvasbacks are powerful divers, plunging to the bottom of lakes and bays to feed on the roots and tubers of aquatic plants. They are built for depth, their wedge-shaped heads and sturdy necks driving them downward with efficiency, their strong legs propelling them through the underwater world. And when they surface, water streaming from that long, sloped forehead, they look as calm and composed as if they had never left the surface at all. A quiet dive, a quiet return, Everything about the canvasback is smooth. The ruddy duck is a small, compact bird with a personality much larger than its body. One of the stiff-tailed ducks we discussed earlier, the ruddy duck holds its tail cocked upright at a stiff, jaunty angle, like a tiny flag planted on the water. That raised tail is not just charming. It aids buoyancy during dives, helping the ruddy duck control its angle and depth as it plunges beneath the surface. But perhaps the most striking feature of the breeding male is his bill. During the breeding season, the male ruddy duck's bill turns a vivid, almost startling powder blue, a color so bright and unexpected on a duck that it seems almost tropical. Even though ruddy ducks are found across temperate North America, that blue bill, combined with a rich chestnut body and a bold white cheek patch, makes the breeding male ruddy duck one of the most recognizable small ducks on the continent. He is compact, feisty, and unmistakable. A tiny duck with a blue bill and an upright tail, bobbing confidently on the water, looking for all the world like he owns the entire pond. How lovely it is to be here with you in this quiet place. You have been listening so patiently, so gently, and your body has been softening with every passing minute. Can you feel it? That heaviness in your arms, your legs, your shoulders. That is the feeling of deep relaxation settling into your muscles, into your bones. It is the feeling of letting go. And you are letting go so beautifully. There is nothing to hold on to tonight, nothing to grip or carry. Just let your hands lie open and loose and breathe. In and out, in and out. You are doing so well. The hooded merganser is a small, fish-eating duck found in the ponds and wooded waterways of North America, and the male possesses one of the most spectacular head ornaments of any duck species. He has a large, fan-shaped crest, a broad, collapsible hood of feathers that he can raise or lower at will. When lowered, the crest lies flat against the back of the head, and the bird looks sleek and modest. But when raised, especially during courtship, the crest fans out into an enormous, sail-like disc, boldly patterned in black and white, framing the head like a dramatic headdress. The effect is startling and beautiful. The male raises his crest, throws his head back, and displays to the female with an intensity that seems almost theatrical. It is a performance brief, vivid, and utterly committed. And then, just as quickly, the crest folds back down, and the bird returns to its quiet, unassuming posture, slipping beneath the water to hunt for small fish with its narrow, serrated bill. A moment of spectacle, followed by a return to stillness. The hooded merganser knows when to shine and when to disappear, and it moves between the two with effortless grace. The common eider holds the distinction of being the largest duck species in North America. A fully grown male can weigh up to 3 pounds or more, heavy for a duck, with a broad, powerful body built for life on cold, northern seas. The eider's bill is long and wedge-shaped, perfectly designed for prying shellfish, mussels, clams, and sea urchins from rocks and the ocean floor. Eiders dive to the bottom of shallow coastal waters, grip their prey with that strong bill, and swallow it whole, letting the powerful gizzard crush the shells. We spoke earlier of how eider hens pluck down from their own breasts to line their nests, creating the softest, warmest cradle in the bird world. But the eider's whole life is a study in rugged tenderness. A large, sturdy bird, built to withstand the harshest maritime conditions, yet gentle enough to pluck its own feathers for the sake of its young. Strength and softness, living side by side in one remarkable bird. Imagine a common eider floating on the cold, gray waters of the North Atlantic, riding the swells with effortless calm, its heavy body rising and falling with each wave. Solid, steady, completely at home in one of the most demanding environments on Earth. You are floating too in your own way, not on cold Atlantic waves, but on something just as deep and just as steady, the quiet rhythm of your own rest. And you are riding it beautifully. If your mind has wandered far from ducks, that is perfectly all right. Let it wander wherever it needs to go. It will always come back, gently, in its own time. And if you are already drifting towards sleep, that is the most wonderful thing of all. Do not fight it. Do not pull yourself back. Let sleep come to you the way a wave comes to the shore, slowly, inevitably, carrying you somewhere warm and safe. You are doing perfectly. The American black duck is a bird of subtlety. At first glance, it looks plain. A large, dark-bodied dabbling duck, its plumage made up of deep, chocolate-brown feathers edged in lighter buff. It does not have the flashy green head of a mallard or the bold patterns of a wood duck. It is quiet, reserved, almost secretive. But look closer, or better yet, watch one fly, and you will see a hidden beauty. On the wings of the American black duck, there is a speculum, a patch of iridescent feathers on the secondary flight feathers, colored in a deep, shimmering purple-blue. It is visible only in flight or when the duck stretches its wings in a certain light. A secret flash of color, hidden beneath those modest brown wings, revealed only in movement. This subtle speculum is one of the key features that helps birdwatchers distinguish the American black duck from the very similar-looking female mallard. It is a small difference, easily missed. But once you know it is there, you begin to look for it. That brief, unexpected shimmer of purple-blue as the duck lifts from the water and banks against the light. A hidden jewel, worn quietly, revealed only to those patient enough to watch. The ringneck duck is a diving duck with a name that is, admittedly, a little misleading. It does have a ring around its neck, a subtle band of chestnut brown at the base of the neck. But the ring is so faint, so difficult to see in the field, that most birdwatchers agree the bird really should have been named for its bill instead. Because the bill of the ringneck duck is its most striking feature, dark gray or black, with a crisp, bright white ring near the tip, and often a second, thinner white line at the base where the bill meets the face. That white-ringed bill tip is visible from a considerable distance and is by far the easiest way to identify this species on the water. The ringneck duck also has a distinctively peaked head shape. The crown rises to a subtle point at the back of the skull, giving the bird a slightly angular, alert profile. It is a handsome duck, quietly elegant, found across North American lakes and ponds during migration and winter, and despite its misleading name, it is beloved by bird watchers everywhere. A reliable, gentle presence on the water, always a pleasure to find. You are still here, and that is such a lovely thing. Your body has grown so heavy, so still, so deeply relaxed, and your mind, your wonderful, busy mind, is finally beginning to quiet down. Isn't it? The thoughts are coming more slowly now. They are softer, less urgent, more like whispers than words. Let them fade. Let them dissolve, one by one, like ripples spreading outward across a pond until the surface is perfectly still. You do not need your thoughts right now. You only need your breath, in and out, slow and easy. You are doing so beautifully well. The green-winged teal holds the distinction of being the smallest duck in North America. It is a tiny, compact bird, quick, agile, and endlessly energetic. Green-winged teal fly in tight, fast-moving flocks that twist and turn through the air with a coordination that seems almost choreographed. The whole group banking and wheeling in unison like a single organism. In flight, they are breathtaking to watch, dozens of small birds moving as one. Their wing beats rapid, their turns sharp and sudden, the flock contracting and expanding like a living cloud. The male green-winged teal is a handsome bird despite his small size. His head is a warm chestnut brown, with a broad, sweeping patch of iridescent green extending from the eye to the nape. A vivid splash of color that catches the light like a jewel. And on his wings, partially hidden when at rest but flashing brilliantly in flight, is a patch of bright, shimmering green, the feature that gives the bird its name. Green-winged teal are birds of the shallows, of muddy edges, of small, quiet pools tucked away in marshes. They are quick and unassuming and easy to overlook. But if you take the time to watch them, really watch them, you will find one of the most beautiful and dynamic small birds in the world. The wood duck. We have met this bird before. We learned that it nests in tree cavities, and that its ducklings must leap bravely from the nest hole on their very first day of life. But we have not yet fully appreciated the appearance of the adult male wood duck, and he deserves a moment of admiration. The male wood duck is, by many accounts, the most beautiful duck in North America. His head is a sweep of iridescent green and purple, with crisp white lines tracing elegant patterns across his face. His eyes are a striking deep red. His chest is a rich, dark maroon, speckled with white. His flanks are warm, golden buff, and his back is a shimmering blend of blues and greens. He looks like something painted by a master artist working in the finest, most vivid pigments. And unlike most ducks, the wood duck perches in trees. Those small, webbed feet have sharp claws, unusual for a duck, that allow it to grip bark and branch, sitting high above the water on the limb of an old oak or cypress, surveying its domain like a sentinel. The wood duck bridges two worlds, the water below and the forest above, and it does so with a beauty that takes your breath away. How gently you are resting, how peacefully your body has surrendered to this moment. You are not trying to sleep, you are simply allowing sleep to come to you, and that is exactly right. Sleep cannot be forced, can only be invited, and you are inviting it so beautifully, with every slow breath, with every soft moment of letting go. If you are still awake, that is fine. If you are beginning to drift, that is fine too. Wherever you are right now is exactly where you are meant to be. Trust that. Rest in that. You are doing so well. We met the harlequin duck briefly in our last segment, that bold, striking species that thrives in whitewater rapids. But let us spend a little more time with it now, because it truly is one of the most visually remarkable ducks in the world. The male harlequin duck wears plumage that looks almost hand-painted, deep slate blue body, with bold patches and stripes of white outlined in black, arranged in geometric patterns across the face, neck, and flanks. Russet brown accents mark the sides and the crown. The overall effect is dramatic, almost clown-like, and indeed, the bird's name comes from the harlequin of Italian theatrical tradition, a character known for wearing brightly patterned costumes. Harlequin ducks breed on fast-flowing rivers and streams in northern latitudes, Iceland, Western North America, Eastern Siberia, and they seem perfectly at ease in conditions that would terrify most other ducks. They bob and dive in churning rapids, ride over small waterfalls, and perch on spray-slicked boulders in the middle of rushing torrents. Their bold black and white patterns, surprisingly, serve as camouflage in this environment. The fragmented, high-contrast markings help break up the bird's outline against the dappled light and shadow of fast-moving water. A bird dressed like a clown, perfectly hidden in the chaos of a mountain river. Nature's sense of humor is often quiet and always brilliant. The bufflehead is one of the smallest diving ducks in North America, and it is utterly charming. The male bufflehead has a large, puffy head, disproportionately large for its small body, with a great sweeping patch of white that covers the entire back of the skull and flashes brilliantly in the sunlight. The rest of his plumage is a clean contrast of black and white, dark back, white flanks, dark head with that enormous white bonnet. He looks like a tiny, formal gentleman at a gala, immaculate, distinctive, and slightly surprised to find himself there. Buffleheads are energetic, restless birds. They dive frequently, disappearing beneath the surface for several seconds at a time and popping up some distance away, like small corks that refuse to stay submerged. And when they take off from the water, they do so with startling speed, exploding upward in rapid, buzzing takeoffs that seem to defy their tiny size. Despite being one of the smallest ducks, the bufflehead has one of the biggest personalities on the pond. Quick, bold, fearless, and impossibly clean in its black and white plumage. a tiny duck with a very large head and an even larger spirit. You are so deeply welcome in this moment. There is nowhere else in the world you need to be, and nothing else you need to do. This is your time, your rest, your quiet, private space, and you are filling it with the gentlest, softest thing imaginable. The sound of a voice talking about ducks. Let that bring a small, quiet smile to your face if it wants to, or let it simply settle into you like warmth. Either way, you are cared for, you are valued, you are resting, and the world is grateful that you are taking care of yourself. Let your breathing slow even further. Let everything slow. You are doing perfectly. The redhead is a medium-sized diving duck found across North America, named for the male's striking, smoothly rounded head of deep, rich russet red. His bill is a pale bluish-gray, tipped with a neat white ring and a small black nail at the very end. A subtle but beautiful combination of colors. In winter and during migration, redheads are famously social. They gather in enormous groups, sometimes numbering in the tens of thousands, on large lakes, bays, and coastal waters. And during the breeding season, they are closely associated with the prairie potholes, those small, shallow, rain-filled wetlands scattered across the northern Great Plains of the United States and Canada. Prairie potholes are among the most productive waterfowl habitats on Earth, and redheads rely on them for nesting and raising their young. Picture a vast, open grassland stretching to the horizon, dotted with hundreds of small, glittering pools of water, each one reflecting the sky, each one alive with ducks, and among them the redhead, his rust-colored head glowing in the prairie sunlight, his body floating calmly on a pothole no bigger than a living room, surrounded by waving grass and wildflowers. A simple, beautiful scene, a quiet life, lived on a small pool of water in the middle of an enormous plain. The mottled duck is a bird that does not seek attention. It is a permanent resident of the Gulf Coast and Florida, living in salt marshes, brackish estuaries, and coastal prairies year-round. It does not migrate like most of its dabbling duck relatives, and its plumage reflects its lifestyle perfectly. The mottled duck is dressed entirely in soft, subtle tones of buffy brown and tan, with each feather edged in slightly lighter or darker shades, creating a gentle, mottled pattern across the entire body. There is no bold speculum, no bright flash of color to catch the eye. The mottled duck blends. It dissolves into the marsh grasses and the muddy shallows, becoming almost invisible against the warm, earthy tones of its salt marsh home. It is a bird of camouflage, of stillness, of quiet belonging. You could walk past a mottled duck resting in the reeds and never know it was there. And that is exactly how the mottled duck likes it. Some beauty is loud and unmistakable. Some beauty is quiet, and you have to slow down and look carefully to see it at all. The mottled duck is the second kind, and it is no less beautiful for being subtle. How still you have become. How wonderfully, deeply still. Your body feels so heavy now, doesn't it? so warm and weighted and grounded. That is the feeling of true rest, the body trusting the surface beneath it completely, letting every ounce of tension drain away into the pillow, into the mattress, into the dark. You do not need to move. You do not need to adjust. You are perfectly placed, perfectly held, perfectly still. And in that stillness, something wonderful is happening. Your mind is beginning to quiet in a way that only comes when the body feels truly safe. Let it happen. You are doing so beautifully. The goldeneye, whether the common goldeneye or Barrow's goldeneye, both found in northern regions, is a duck you can hear before you see it. When a goldeneye flies, its wings produce a distinctive, high-pitched whistling sound, a clear, musical note created by the air rushing through the bird's stiff, rapidly beating wing feathers. This whistling is audible from a remarkable distance, carrying across the stillness of a winter lake or a quiet bay long before the bird itself comes into view. Experienced birders and hunters have long used this sound to identify approaching goldeneyes, even when the birds are too far away to see. The male common goldeneye is a handsome bird, crisp black and white plumage, a dark, iridescent greenish-black head, and, most distinctively, bright golden yellow eyes that give the species its name. Those eyes are vivid and piercing, standing out against the dark head like two small lanterns. There is something almost otherworldly about them. A duck staring at you with eyes of pure, molten gold. And overhead, the whistle of its wings, drifting down from the sky like a distant, lonely note played on a flute. Sound and sight working together to make the goldeneye one of the most memorable ducks you will ever encounter. Shelducks are an interesting group. Ducks that, in many ways, seem to be trying to be geese. They are larger than most ducks, with upright postures and long legs that give them a distinctly goose-like silhouette. They often feed by grazing on land, walking across meadows and mudflats, picking at grass and invertebrates, rather than spending all their time on the water. Their bills are often brightly colored, their plumage bold and striking, with broad patches of white, chestnut, green, or black. In behavior and in appearance, shelducks seem to bridge the gap between ducks and geese, sharing characteristics of both families. The common shelduck of Europe and Asia, for instance, is a large, handsome bird with a white body, dark green head, and a broad chestnut band across the chest. It nests in burrows, often old rabbit holes, which is unusual for any duck. And it can be fiercely territorial, defending its nesting area and its young with a boldness that would impress any goose. Shelducks are reminders that the lines we draw between species and groups are often blurry. Nature does not always sort itself into neat categories. Sometimes a duck is also a little bit goose, and it sees no contradiction in that at all. You are so gently present right now, so softly awake or so softly asleep, and either one is perfect. The boundary between waking and sleeping is a lot like the boundary between a duck and a goose, softer than you might think, and not nearly as important as it seems. Wherever you are along that boundary right now, You are exactly where you need to be. Let your eyes rest. Let your face soften. Feel the quiet darkness around you like a velvet cloth, smooth and warm and endlessly gentle. You are held. You are at peace. You are doing wonderfully. The torrent duck lives a life unlike any other duck on Earth. Found along the fast-flowing mountain streams and rivers of the Andes, from Venezuela in the north to Tierra del Fuego in the far south. The torrent duck has adapted to an environment of constant, violent motion. These are not gentle, meandering waterways. These are steep, rocky rivers where the water crashes over boulders, churns through narrow gorges, and tumbles down cascades in a continuous roar of white water. And the torrent duck thrives in it. It clings to wet, spray-drenched rocks with strong legs and sharp claws, bracing itself against the current, dipping its bill into the rushing water to feed on insect larvae clinging to the stones. Its body is sleek and streamlined, built to slip through torrents without being swept away. Its tail is long and stiff, used as a brace against the rocks. And its plumage is subtle and beautiful. The male has a striking black and white head pattern, while the female is warm russet orange with a gray back. They live in pairs, each pair defending a stretch of river as its territory, year after year. A life lived entirely in motion, entirely in noise, entirely on the edge, and yet the torrent duck seems utterly calm, utterly at home, as if the chaos of the river is the most natural, most peaceful thing in the world. From the rivers of South America, let us travel now to Australia, where we find one of the most unusual ducks in the world, the musk duck. The musk duck is a large, dark, heavily built diving duck, and the male has a feature unlike anything found on any other duck species. Hanging from the underside of his bill is a large, pendulous lobe of skin, a fleshy, rounded ornament that dangles like a small, dark pouch. During the breeding season, this lobe can swell and enlarge, becoming more prominent as the male displays. And his display itself is extraordinary. The male musk duck produces loud, booming calls, deep, resonant, splashing sounds that he creates by kicking his feet powerfully against the water's surface while simultaneously vocalizing. The combined effect is a startling, rhythmic boom that carries across the lake, accompanied by fans of spray kicked up by those powerful feet. It is a performance unlike anything else in the duck world, part sound, part spectacle, part physical feat. The name musk duck comes from the strong, musky odor the male produces during the breeding season, secreted from glands near the tail. Everything about this bird is bold, unusual, and utterly original. A duck that booms, splashes, and wears a fleshy pendant beneath its bill. Australia, as always, produces creatures that defy expectation. How far we have traveled tonight, from East Asia to the Andes, from the prairies of North America to the lakes of Australia. And you have been here for all of it, resting quietly, letting the world come to you. That is a beautiful way to travel without moving at all, without effort, without tickets, without luggage. just your imagination, your breathing, and the gentle current of these words, carrying you from one extraordinary bird to the next. Rest deeper now. Let the places and the names blur together into a warm, comfortable haze. You do not need to keep them separate. You do not need to organize or remember. Just let them be. Just let yourself be. You are doing so perfectly well. The stiff-tailed ducks, that group we discussed earlier with their rigid, upright tails, have a way of diving that is uniquely their own. When a stiff-tailed duck like the ruddy duck submerges, it does not tip forward the way a dabbling duck does, and it does not plunge headfirst like most other diving ducks. Instead, it sinks. Slowly, deliberately, the bird lets itself slip beneath the surface, sometimes without any visible effort at all, as if the water simply rises up and swallows it. And as it submerges, that stiff tail remains rigid, often staying visible above the surface for a moment longer than the rest of the body. A small, dark flag sticking up from the water, marking the spot where the duck disappeared. Beneath the surface, the rigid tail acts as a lever and a rudder, giving the duck precise control over its depth and direction as it forages along the bottom. It is a quiet, almost ghostly way of diving. No splash, no commotion, just a gentle sinking and a small, stiff tail left behind, slowly tipping beneath the surface and vanishing. Stillness into stillness, water closing over water. And then, some seconds later, the duck pops back up, shakes its head, and settles calmly on the surface once more. From the wetlands of the Americas, let us travel to the forests and rivers of Eurasia, where we find the smew. The smew is a small merganser, a fish-eating diving duck, and the male is one of the most elegantly patterned birds you will ever see. His plumage is almost entirely white, clean and bright as fresh snow, with thin, precise lines of black tracing the edges of his wings, his back, and his face. A black mask surrounds each eye, giving him a sharp, mysterious look, like a masked figure at a masquerade ball. This striking combination of white and black has earned the male smew the nickname White Nun, a reference to the white habits and black veils worn by certain orders of nuns. It is an evocative name for an evocative bird. The smew breeds in the boreal forests of northern Europe and Asia, nesting in tree cavities near rivers and lakes, and in winter, it moves south to more temperate waters. It is not a common bird, not one you would expect to stumble upon on an ordinary walk, but if you are lucky enough to see a male smew on a gray winter day, floating on a dark river, his white plumage glowing against the water like a small lantern, it is a sight you will never forget. The white nun, quiet, rare, and impossibly beautiful. You have been so patient, so gentle with yourself tonight, and that patience is a form of kindness, kindness directed inward, toward the person who needs it most. You, right now, in this soft, dark, quiet moment, you are being kind to yourself simply by resting. Simply by allowing your body to be still and your mind to be quiet. That is not a small thing. In a world that constantly asks you to do more, to be more, to stay busy and stay alert, choosing to rest is an act of quiet courage. And you are doing it with such grace. Breathe in, breathe out, let everything be still. You are so deeply, wonderfully at rest. The spectacled eider is a sea duck of the Arctic, a bird of the far north, spending much of its life on the cold, remote waters of Alaska and Siberia. It is a stocky, sturdy bird, built for life in the harshest conditions on Earth. And its most recognizable feature is the one that gives it its name: a pale, yellowish-green patch of feathers surrounding each eye, creating the appearance of spectacles or goggles on the bird's face. In the male, this pale eye patch is bordered by a darker area that makes it stand out even more prominently, giving the bird a look of perpetual, mild surprise. The spectacled eider is not a bird that most people will ever see in person. It breeds on remote Arctic tundra and winters on the open sea, far from land, in enormous floating flocks among the ice. For many years, its wintering grounds were a complete mystery. Scientists simply did not know where the spectacled eiders went during the winter months. It was only through satellite tracking that the answer was finally discovered. They gather in the Bering Sea, in dense flocks among the pack ice, diving to the seafloor to feed on clams and other shellfish. A bird that wears spectacles, living in a world of ice and gray water, keeping its secrets for decades before science finally caught up. The blue-winged teal is a small, fast, and remarkably agile dabbling duck found across North America. In flight, it is a blur of motion, twisting, turning, banking sharply through the air with an erratic, unpredictable flight pattern that makes it one of the most difficult ducks for predators and for hunters to follow. A flock of blue-winged teal moving through a marsh is like watching a school of fish darting through water. The birds change direction suddenly, without apparent signal, the whole group turning as one, weaving between stands of cattails and over open pools with breathtaking speed and coordination. The name comes from the large patches of pale, powder blue that are visible on the upper surface of the wings, particularly in flight. These blue wing patches, combined with a green speculum, flash brilliantly as the bird banks and turns, creating bursts of color that appear and disappear with each change of direction. The blue-winged teal is one of the last ducks to arrive on the breeding grounds in spring and one of the first to leave in autumn, migrating early and far, many birds wintering as far south as Central and South America. A tiny, fast, early departing traveler, painted in shades of blue and teal, zigzagging through the marshes like a thought you cannot quite catch. How soft the world has become around you, how quiet and how gentle. You are wrapped in stillness the way a duck is wrapped in feathers. Layer upon layer, each one adding warmth, each one adding protection, until the cold and the noise of the outside world cannot reach you anymore. You are insulated, you are sheltered, and you are sinking ever so slowly, ever so gently, toward the deep, warm center of sleep. Do not resist it. Do not reach for it. Simply let it happen, the way night falls, gradually, inevitably, and with such quiet beauty. You are doing perfectly. The gadwall is a duck that rewards close observation. From a distance, the male gadwall looks plain, grayish-brown, without the bold colors or dramatic patterns of a mallard or a wood duck. It is, perhaps, the most overlooked duck on many ponds. But if you look closely, if you bring binoculars to your eyes or simply sit near enough on a quiet bank, you will discover something exquisite. The gadwall's grayish plumage is not plain at all. It is covered in an intricate pattern called vermiculation. Tiny, fine, wavy lines of black and white, etched onto each feather like the work of a miniaturist painter, creating a complex, scaly texture that seems to shimmer and shift as the light changes. It is subtle, it is quiet, and it is breathtakingly beautiful in its detail. The gadwall also has a small but distinctive black patch at the rear of its body. Near the tail and in flight, a white speculum that flashes cleanly against the darker wing. But it is the vermiculation that truly sets this bird apart. A beauty that reveals itself only to those who take the time to look closely. The gadwall teaches patience. It teaches the value of the second glance. And it reminds us that the most extraordinary things are sometimes hidden in the most ordinary-looking places. The lesser scaup is a common diving duck found in vast numbers across North America, and it is closely related to, and easily confused with, the greater scaup. The two species are so similar that telling them apart is one of the classic challenges of birdwatching. But there are differences, subtle ones, and one of the most reliable is the shape of the head. The lesser scaup has a slightly peaked crown, a small, angular point at the back of the head, almost like a tiny crest, that gives the head a distinctly different profile from the smoothly rounded head of the greater scaup. The male lesser scaup also has a purplish gloss to his dark head, a faint iridescent sheen of violet or magenta that, in the right light, distinguishes him from the greenish-glossed head of the greater scaup. These are tiny differences measured in millimeters and degrees of light. And yet they matter to the birdwatcher squinting through a scope on a cold winter morning, and to the ducks themselves, who know their own kind with an accuracy that no field guide can match. The lesser scaup is a lesson in looking closely, in paying attention to the smallest details, and in appreciating that even the most familiar-seeming creatures have something unique to offer. You are still here, still floating gently through this gallery of beautiful birds. And perhaps by now, the individual ducks are beginning to blur together in your mind. A soft, warm haze of feathers and colors and quiet facts. And that is perfectly all right. That is exactly how it should be. You do not need clarity right now. You do not need sharpness or precision. You only need softness and warmth, and the gentle sound of a voice telling you about small, beautiful things. Let the details dissolve. Let the names fade. Let everything become a single, warm, comfortable feeling. The feeling of rest, of safety, of being held in the quiet dark. You are doing so beautifully. The long-tailed duck, formerly known as the old squaw, is a sea duck of the Arctic and subarctic, and it is remarkable in many ways. It is one of the deepest diving ducks in the world, capable of reaching depths of 200 feet or more. It is also one of the most vocal, with a complex, yodeling call that rings out across the tundra and the open sea. But one of its most unusual behaviors occurs during courtship. Male long-tailed ducks have been observed performing head-bobbing displays while underwater. Unlike most ducks, which conduct their courtship rituals on the surface where they can be easily seen, long-tailed ducks sometimes take their displays beneath the waves, bobbing their heads, posturing, and signaling to nearby females in the dim, quiet world below the surface. It is a courtship conducted in near silence, in near darkness, visible only to those who are already submerged. An intimate, private performance, hidden from the world above. Scientists are still studying this behavior, trying to understand its full significance, but there is something deeply appealing about the idea of a duck performing its most important, most heartfelt display in a place where only the intended audience can see it. A love letter written underwater. A dance performed in the deep. The cinnamon teal is one of the most richly colored ducks in the Americas. The breeding male is dressed entirely in a deep, warm, reddish-brown. The color of cinnamon, of autumn leaves, of polished mahogany. A uniform, saturated hue that covers his head, breast, flanks, and belly, making him instantly recognizable. Most ducks achieve their brightest colors through iridescence, the play of light on microscopic feather structures that creates shimmering greens and purples. But the cinnamon teal's color is different. It is a pigment-based color, solid, rich, and glowing, without the need for any particular angle of light to bring it out. He is cinnamon-colored in sunlight and in shadow, in flight and at rest. And he carries that warm, reddish tone year-round, which is unusual. Most drakes lose their bright plumage during the eclipse molt. The cinnamon teal is rarer than its cousin the green-winged teal, and its range is more limited, primarily the western United States and parts of South America. But where it is found, it is unmistakable. A small, warm-toned duck, glowing like an ember on the surface of a quiet western marsh. How warm and gentle this moment is. How soft the world has become. You are resting in a way that is so deep, so true, that your body barely feels like your own anymore. It is simply weight, simply warmth, simply stillness, supported by the surface beneath you. And your mind is floating somewhere above all of that, or below it, or within it. Somewhere quiet, somewhere safe, somewhere very far from the concerns of the waking world. Let yourself stay in that place. Do not try to come back. Do not try to focus. Just drift. You are being carried gently by the current of your own rest. And you are doing it so beautifully. Barrow's goldeneye is a close relative of the common goldeneye, but it has its own particular beauty and its own particular preferences. While the common goldeneye is found across a wide range of habitats, Barrow's goldeneye shows a strong preference for coastal fjords, mountain lakes, and the cold, clear rivers of the Pacific Northwest and Iceland. The male Barrow's goldeneye is a striking bird, black and white plumage, dark iridescent head, and those characteristic golden yellow eyes shared by all goldeneyes. But the key distinction is the shape of the white facial patch. On a common goldeneye, the white patch between the eye and the bill is round, a simple, clean circle. On a Barrow's goldeneye, the patch is crescent-shaped, a slender, elegant half-moon curving up from the base of the bill toward the eye. It is a subtle difference, but a beautiful one. That crescent moon, bright white against the dark purple-black of the head, gives the Barrow's goldeneye a slightly more refined, slightly more mysterious look. A duck wearing a crescent moon on its face, swimming quietly through the cold, clear waters of a mountain lake. There is poetry in that image, whether you are looking for it or not. The fulvous whistling duck is a bird that surprises people in many ways. First, its sound. While most ducks quack, grunt, or rasp, the fulvous whistling duck produces a clear, high-pitched, two-noted whistle. A sound that has been compared to a wolf whistle, bright and carrying, ringing out across the marshes and rice paddies where this species is found. It is a cheerful, unmistakable sound, and once you have heard it, you will always know when a fulvous whistling duck is nearby. Second, its behavior. Unlike most ducks, the fulvous whistling duck often feeds by grazing on land, walking through fields and meadows, picking its seeds and grains, behaving much more like a goose than a typical duck. It has long legs, an upright posture, and a warm tawny brown plumage, the color called fulvous, a deep golden buff, that gives it a gentle, sun-warmed appearance. The fulvous whistling duck is found across a surprisingly wide range: the southern United States, Central and South America, parts of Africa, and southern Asia, a distribution that spans multiple continents, suggesting this is an ancient species with deep roots in the history of waterfowl. A duck that whistles like a wolf, walks like a goose, and has been doing so across the tropical and subtropical world for a very, very long time. You are drifting now, gently, softly, like a feather settling onto the surface of a still pond. And there is no need to resist that drifting. No need to anchor yourself to wakefulness. Let yourself be carried. Let the words wash over you without catching on anything, without snagging on any thought or question or concern. They are just sounds now, just soft, gentle, rhythmic sounds, like water lapping at the edge of a quiet shore, in and out, rise and fall. You are so deeply at rest, and it is so beautiful to witness. Keep breathing, keep drifting. Everything is well. The black-bellied whistling duck is a close relative of the fulvous whistling duck, but with a personality all its own. It is a strikingly handsome bird, a warm, chestnut-brown body, a bright coral pink bill, a black belly, and long, candy-pink legs that seem almost too vivid to belong to a duck. And like the wood duck, the black-bellied whistling duck perches in trees. Those long, pink legs grip branches with ease, and the birds can often be found sitting in rows on fences, power lines, or dead trees, surveying the wetlands below like a group of sentinels. They are social birds, often found in large, noisy flocks, and their calls, high-pitched, multi-noted whistles, ring out frequently, especially at night. In the southern United States, particularly in Texas and Louisiana, black-bellied whistling ducks have become increasingly common in urban and suburban areas, taking up residence in parks, golf courses, and backyard ponds. They nest in tree cavities, nest boxes, and sometimes chimneys, and they have adapted to human presence with remarkable ease. A pink-legged, tree-perching, night-calling duck, making itself at home in the suburbs. Life finds a way always to make itself comfortable. The masked duck is one of the most elusive ducks in the Americas. It is small, secretive, and extraordinarily difficult to find. The masked duck lives in dense, overgrown marshes and wetlands, places choked with floating vegetation, tall grasses, and tangled mats of water hyacinth, and it rarely ventures into open water. When disturbed, it does not fly. It sinks. Like its stiff-tailed relatives, the masked duck can submerge itself slowly and silently, disappearing beneath the vegetation with barely a ripple, leaving no trace of its presence. The male masked duck, despite his secretive habits, is a handsome bird. His face is marked with bold black and white patterns, a black mask across the eyes and cheeks, set against a warm, ruddy brown body, giving him a dramatic, almost bandit-like appearance. But you are far more likely to hear about the masked duck than to see one. It is a ghost of the marshes, a whispered name among bird watchers, a bird that exists on the edges of visibility, always there, somewhere, hidden in the reeds, but almost never seen. And perhaps there is something comforting in that. The idea that the world is full of beautiful, hidden things, living their quiet lives just out of sight, asking nothing of us except to be left in peace. You are so close to sleep now, so very close, and that is such a wonderful, peaceful place to be. Right on the edge, right at the threshold, where the world begins to dissolve into warmth and softness and the gentle absence of thought. If you can still hear my voice, let it be the last thread connecting you to wakefulness. A thin, gentle thread that you can release whenever you are ready. And when you do release it, sleep will catch you. Softly, completely, without any effort at all. You are doing so beautifully, so perfectly. Just breathe, just rest. The rosy-billed pochard is a South American diving duck, found in the wetlands and lakes of Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Chile. The male is a handsome bird with a dark black head, a gray body, and flanks marked with fine, delicate vermiculation. But his most extraordinary feature is his bill. During the breeding season, the male rosy-billed pochard develops a fleshy, rounded knob at the base of his bill, a bright, rosy-pink protuberance that swells and inflates, growing larger and more prominent as the breeding season progresses. This pink knob is thought to be a signal of health and vitality to potential mates. The larger and more vivid the knob, the more attractive the male. It is a temporary adornment, inflating like a small balloon during the weeks of courtship and display, then gradually shrinking back to a modest size once the breeding season ends. A duck with an inflatable pink ornament on its bill, growing and shrinking with the seasons. Nature, once again, proving that it is endlessly inventive, endlessly surprising, and never, ever short of ideas. Salvadorese teal is a little-known species found in the highland streams of New Guinea, one of the most remote and least explored regions on Earth. This small, shy duck lives along fast-flowing mountain rivers at high elevations, often above 3,000 feet, in dense tropical forest. Its plumage is a study in camouflage, speckled and spotted in shades of brown, tan, and cream, perfectly mimicking the dappled light and shadow of its highland stream habitat. Against a background of wet rocks, fallen leaves, and sun-filtered water, Salvadorese teal is almost invisible. It is a bird that few people have ever seen in the wild, and even fewer have studied in detail. Much about its behavior, its ecology, and its life history remains a mystery. But it is there, in those misty, forested highlands, living its quiet life beside rushing water, hidden among the stones and the ferns, as it has been for thousands of years. A duck of the cloud forests, a speckled, secretive spirit, known to science but barely known to the world. You are wrapped in quiet now, wrapped in the soft, dark comfort of this moment, and nothing can reach you here. The world has receded. The sounds, the worries, the plans, the obligations. All of it has faded to nothing, and what remains is just you. Just your body resting. Just your breath moving in and out. Just this voice, gentle and steady, telling you about small, beautiful birds in faraway places. And even this voice will fade soon into the background, and you will be left with nothing but sleep. Deep, warm, healing sleep. It is coming for you now. Let it come. You are ready. You are so ready. The marbled teal is a small, pale, gently patterned duck found in a scattered range across southern Europe, the Middle East, and Central Asia. Its plumage is a soft, sandy brown, mottled and marbled with darker and lighter patches, like the surface of an old, weathered stone, or the pattern of light on the floor of a shallow desert pool. The marbled teal is a bird of arid landscapes. It lives in the seasonal wetlands and desert oases of places like Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and North Africa, where water is precious and impermanent. These are habitats that fill with rain and then slowly dry, expanding and contracting with the seasons, and the marbled teal's life is tuned to that rhythm. Breeding when the water is high, moving on when it retreats. Its soft, desert-toned plumage is perfectly adapted for these environments, blending into the sandy, sun-baked margins of shallow lakes and seasonal marshes. Sadly, the marbled teal has declined significantly in recent decades. Its wetland habitats drained and degraded across much of its range. It is now considered vulnerable, its future uncertain. But where it still exists, it is a bird of quiet, arid beauty. A living watercolor in shades of sand and dust, floating on the precious, temporary waters of the desert. The pink-eared duck of Australia is a filter feeder of extraordinary precision. This small, oddly shaped duck has a large, spatulate bill, broad and flat and slightly squared off at the tip, lined with exceptionally fine, closely spaced lamellae. These lamellae function as an incredibly efficient sieve, allowing the pink-eared duck to strain the smallest of food particles from the water, microscopic plankton, algae, tiny crustaceans, organisms so small that most other ducks cannot harvest them. The pink-eared duck feeds by swimming in slow circles, or sometimes in pairs swimming face to face, their bills creating a small vortex in the water that concentrates food particles and draws them toward those filtering lamellae. It is a hypnotic sight, two ducks swimming in a gentle, continuous circle, their broad bills just barely submerged, filtering the water between them with patient, mechanical efficiency. The bird's name comes from a small, often hard-to-see patch of pink feathers behind the eye, a tiny, delicate blush of color on an otherwise pale, striped face. The pink-eared duck is not a flashy bird. It is not a dramatic bird, but it is one of the most perfectly adapted filter feeders in the avian world. A small, quiet master of extracting life from water. How gentle your breathing has become. How slow and steady and deep. Each breath is a wave, rolling in and rolling out, and you are riding those waves without any effort at all. You are not swimming. You are not paddling. You are simply floating, held up by something deeper than thought, deeper than effort, held up by the simple, ancient rhythm of your own body at rest. And that is the most natural thing in the world, the most peaceful thing in the world. Stay here, stay soft, stay still. You are so deeply, beautifully at rest. The freckled duck of Australia is one of the rarest and most enigmatic ducks in the world. We mentioned it briefly near the beginning of our journey, the shy, quiet species that may form its own unique tribe within the duck family. And now let us spend a moment with it. The freckled duck is a large, dark, heavily built bird with plumage that is densely covered in small, pale freckles. Fine spots of lighter color scattered across a dark brown background, giving the bird a mottled, almost velvety texture. Its bill, too, is unusual, broad and slightly upturned, with a soft, almost leathery surface that is unlike the hard, glossy bills of most other ducks. During the breeding season, the base of the male's bill flushes a subtle red, a faint blush of color on that soft, dark surface. The freckled duck is found in the inland wetlands of southeastern Australia, and it is highly susceptible to drought. When water levels drop, freckled ducks are forced to concentrate on the few remaining wetlands, making them vulnerable. They are quiet, retiring birds, rarely seen in the open, preferring to hide among dense stands of lignum and kumbunji. A freckled ghost, a velvet-billed mystery, one of the last truly enigmatic ducks on Earth. The Cape shoveler is a species found in the wetlands and seasonal pans of southern Africa. Like its northern hemisphere relative, the northern shoveler, the Cape shoveler has a broad, spatulate bill adapted for filter feeding. But the Cape shoveler has its own particular rhythms, tuned to the unique hydrology of the African landscape. In southern Africa, many wetlands are seasonal. They fill with water during the rainy season, creating temporary pans and shallow lakes that teem with life, and then slowly dry out as the dry season progresses. The female Cape shoveler times her nesting to coincide with these floods, laying large clutches of eggs, sometimes 10 or more. When the seasonal pans are full and food is abundant, this timing is crucial. The ducklings need water, insects, and aquatic plants to grow, and the flooded pans provide all of this in abundance, but only for a limited time. So the Cape shoveler races the calendar, hatching her young when the water is high, raising them quickly during the weeks of plenty, and preparing them for independence before the pans begin to dry. It is a life lived in sync with the rains, a partnership between a duck and a season, repeated every year, as old as the landscape itself. You are so close to sleep now, so wonderfully, peacefully close, and I want you to know one more time how well you have done tonight, how gently you have let go, how beautifully you have allowed yourself to rest. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone can quiet their mind, soften their body, and simply be still. But you have done it, and you are still doing it, and it is a gift to yourself and to the world which needs you rested and restored. Let sleep take you now if it wants to. Let it carry you down into the deep, warm dark. You are ready. You have always been ready. The Lyson duck is one of the rarest ducks in the world, and it has one of the most remarkable survival stories. Once found across the Hawaiian Islands, the Lyson duck was reduced by habitat loss and introduced predators to a single, tiny population on Lyson Island, a remote, low-lying coral atoll in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, barely a mile wide. At its lowest point, the entire world population of Lyson ducks numbered fewer than 500 individuals, clinging to existence on this single, isolated scrap of land in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Conservation efforts have since established additional populations on other predator-free islands, but the Lyson duck remains critically rare, and it has developed behaviors found nowhere else in the duck world. It swims with a distinctive serpentine neck motion, a sinuous, snake-like undulation of the head and neck as it moves through the water, sweeping its bill from side to side to catch brine flies and other small invertebrates. This swimming style is unique to the Lyson duck, adapted over centuries of isolation on its tiny island home. A duck that almost disappeared from the earth, saved by human effort and its own stubborn will to survive, swimming with a motion all its own on a speck of coral in the vastness of the Pacific. The Baikal teal is a small, migratory duck named for Lake Baikal in Siberia, though its breeding range extends across a wide swath of northeastern Asia. The male Baikal teal is one of the most stunningly patterned ducks in the world. His face is a masterpiece of natural design, an intricate arrangement of green, creamy white, and warm chestnut, painted in bold, sweeping curves and lines that swirl around the eyes and cheeks like the brushwork of a Japanese woodblock print. No two angles offer the same view. The pattern seems to shift and rearrange itself as the bird turns its head, revealing new details, new harmonies of color, with each small movement. The body is more subdued, soft grays and browns, with delicate barring on the flanks, allowing the face to remain the undisputed center of attention. Baikal teal migrate in enormous flocks, sometimes numbering in the hundreds of thousands, moving between their Siberian breeding grounds and their wintering areas in Korea, Japan, and eastern China. The sight of a vast flock of Baikal teal darkening the sky over a Korean wetland is one of the great natural spectacles of the Asian continent. A tiny bird, wearing the most beautiful face in the duck world, traveling in numbers that stagger the imagination. You have been such a wonderful companion on this long, quiet journey. From the Mandarin duck to the Baikal teal, from Australia to the Andes, from the Arctic to the tropics, you have traveled the whole world tonight without ever leaving the warmth of your bed. And now the journey is almost complete. Just 2 more ducks to meet, 2 more gentle facts, and then we will rest. Let your body be impossibly heavy. Let your mind be impossibly soft. You are floating in the deepest, warmest current of sleep, and it is carrying you somewhere beautiful, somewhere safe, somewhere you have always belonged. Breathe in, breathe out, almost there, almost home. The Gargany is a small, elegant dabbling duck found across Europe and Asia, and it holds a remarkable distinction. It is one of the longest distance migrants of all duck species. Each year, Garganys breed in the temperate wetlands of Europe and Central Asia, and then, when autumn comes, they undertake an extraordinary journey southward, not just to the Mediterranean or the Middle East, but all the way to sub-Saharan Africa, to the Indian subcontinent, and in some cases as far as Australasia. Thousands upon thousands of miles, flown on small, narrow wings, across deserts and mountain ranges and open oceans. The male Gargany is a subtle beauty, a brown head with a broad, curving white stripe above the eye, a speckled brown breast, and pale, silvery gray flanks. He is not as flashy as many drakes, but there is a quiet refinement to him, a sense of a bird that does not need to shout to be noticed. And perhaps that modesty is fitting for a bird whose greatest achievement is invisible. Those countless miles of sky, crossed in silence, twice a year, connecting continents that most of us will never see in a single lifetime. The Gargany is a thread stitching the world together, wing by wing, mile by mile, season by season. And finally, the last duck in our gallery, the last fact in this part of our journey, the falcated teal. This beautiful medium-sized dabbling duck breeds in Eastern Asia, Siberia, Mongolia, Northern China, and Japan, and winters farther south, in the wetlands and river systems of Southeast Asia. The male falcated teal is an exquisite bird, with a dark, iridescent greenish-purple head, a white throat, and a body of finely patterned gray. But his most distinctive feature is the one that gives him his name. His tertial feathers, the long feathers closest to the body on the inner part of the wing, are elongated and curved, sweeping backward in graceful, sickle-shaped arcs that trail elegantly behind him, like streamers, like ribbons, like the flourishes of a master calligrapher's final stroke. In flight, these trailing feathers give the falcated teal an unmistakable silhouette, sleek and elongated, with those sickle-shaped plumes streaming behind him in the wind. The word falcated comes from the Latin falx, meaning sickle, and it describes those feathers perfectly, curved, sharp, elegant, and utterly unlike anything found on any other duck. The falcated teal is the last bird in our gallery, and what a fitting way to end, with a duck whose feathers trail behind him like a signature, like a farewell, like the last graceful line of a very long and very beautiful story. You have made it. You have traveled through the entire gallery. 40 ducks, 40 stories, 40 small windows into the endless variety and beauty of the natural world. And you have done it while resting, while breathing, while letting your body and mind sink deeper and deeper into peace. That is a remarkable thing. You are a remarkable person. And wherever sleep takes you from here, into what dreams, into what depths of rest, know that you have earned it completely and fully. You are held. You are loved. You are at peace. Close your eyes, if they are not already closed, and let the last traces of wakefulness dissolve like morning mist. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to learn, only rest, only sleep, only the deep, warm, beautiful dark. Good night. We met the mandarin duck, dressed in orange, green, and purple like a living painting. The northern pintail with its arrow-like tail and sleek silhouette. The canvasback with its smooth, wedge-shaped profile. The ruddy duck with its powder blue bill and stiff, upright tail. The hooded merganser, raising its fan-like crest like a showy headdress. The common eider, the largest duck in North America, tender and tough in equal measure. The American black duck, hiding a purple-blue speculum beneath modest wings. The ring-necked duck, with its white-ringed bill and peaked crown. The green-winged teal, the smallest duck on the continent, zipping in tight, glittering flocks. The wood duck, perching in trees with sharp claws, impossibly beautiful. The harlequin duck, bold and clown-like in whitewater rapids. The tiny bufflehead, exploding from the water in rapid takeoffs. The redhead, gathering in vast rafts on prairie potholes. The mottled duck, blending into salt marshes in subtle buffy brown. The goldeneye with its whistling wings and bright golden eyes. The shell duck bridging the gap between duck and goose. The torrent duck, clinging to Andean rocks in rushing streams. The musk duck, booming and splashing with a fleshy lobe beneath its bill. The stiff-tailed ducks, sinking silently beneath the surface. The smew, the white nun, glowing on dark winter rivers. The spectacled eider wearing goggles in the Arctic ice. The blue-winged teal, twisting through marshes in erratic flight. The gadwall with its exquisite hidden vermiculation. The lesser scaup with its tiny peaked crown and purple gloss. The long-tailed duck performing courtship beneath the waves. The cinnamon teal glowing like an ember on a western marsh. Barrow's goldeneye wearing a crescent moon on its face. The fulvous whistling duck whistling like a wolf and grazing like a goose. The black-bellied whistling duck perching on trees with candy-pink legs. The masked duck hidden in the reeds like a ghost. The rosy-billed pochard with its inflatable pink bill knob. Salvadorese teal, speckled and hidden in the highlands of New Guinea. The marbled teal, painted in desert watercolors. The pink-eared duck, filtering microscopic plankton with surgical precision. The freckled duck, velvet-billed and enigmatic. The Cape shoveler, timing her eggs to the African floods. The Lyson duck, swimming with a serpentine neck on a tiny island in the Pacific. The Baikal teal wearing the most beautiful face in the duck world. The Gargany, stitching continents together with its epic migrations. And the falcated teal, trailing sickle-shaped feathers behind it like a farewell. You do not need to remember a single one. They are simply here, resting in the dark alongside you, like a flock settled on still water under the stars. Breathe in, breathe out. Sleep now, sleep deeply, sleep well. The ducks are at rest and so are you. Good night.